growth and also for the bile complaints. The Samudrapacha, the Agria nervosa, Vruddhadharu, is a Sanskrit name which is having a Rasayana and Vachikarana Dravya. Like even though it is Rasayana Vachikarana Dravya, it is a toxic in nature. Their leaf are itchy, like it can cause irritation, like allergic reactions of our skin and also internally as well. And the seeds are like kind of hallucinogenic, like it can produce like effect of some drugs. It is a good muscle toner, like it can heal the muscles very well. It is said that uh, it can be used for healing the ruptured or like broken muscles, and it is also a good nerve tonic. The root is considered to be used in anemia, and it is, as I told, like it is a good rasayana and vachikarana dravya, so it's called as a vruddhadaru. And I have also seen, like heard about that this plant, that it's used in like elephantiasis along with gomutra, and for kshaya and also for rasayana, this the root is used to prepare grida. um, the next drug, like it's well known, like an endemic for the midland ecosystem, uh, urituki, which is known as garuda pacha, because garuda kodi, because of its property in or use in like snake bite, like as garuda it kills the snake, like similarly it is used in snake venom. um, oh, it is a host plant for this kind of butterfly, like called a rose butterfly. uh, it is an Usnavira drug which is used in like internal worms and skin diseases. It is also said that if we keep the root of this plant, the snake will not come near. Or I also heard that like it can calms down the spread of snake poison. Like if someone has uh, had got bite from the snake, and if they use this root of this drug, it can reduces the speed of spread of the medicine, sorry, of the poison. And in a book I also read that it can increases the heart rate as well. And it is told to be used in malarial condition. And this drug is also again used as a pradhamana nasya, like the root powder along with the ficus religiosa bark and black pepper, used for pradhamana nasya for kind of unconsciousness due to the snake poison. Next one is like Miloshika. Miloshika is also a beautiful plant which is having beautiful flower which attracts many number of uh, flies and bees. Uh, so it is considered as like hemostatic and ophthalmic drug. Like it can reduces like it can control the bleeding, and like it can protect the eyes, and like it can control the blood pressure. It is having a thick kashaya rasa, like bitter and astringent and sweet taste, and it's told to be used for as a parasiticide for trichomas. And uh, due to its like Santania property, or like sorry, Stambhana property, it is used in like Atisara and Pravahika. It is considered to be a diuretic and lithotic in action, like litholytic in action. Like it's good for like urinary stone. Leaves are used as wound healer, and also for other skin lesions or skin diseases. So the leaf paste can be used for skin diseases. And as I told, like it is one of the unique plant for like a pea blue butterfly for as a nectar host. And the other one is like Krishna Kiridam, like Cleodendrum paniculatum. It is it's a plant which is having a beautiful flower. It is considered as uh, butterfly magnet, and it is having Shidavira drug and Tikta Kashaya Rasa, and it can pacify Vata Pitta. but I'm not able to get much reference about the folk uses of the drug, but I have seen that when I was searching about this drug, I've seen that like in Malay medicine they use this for many illness, for like muscle sprain, and also it is used for swedana, doing swedana like with the coconut oil. They use the leaf with the coconut oil. They use the swedana over the muscle sprains, and also considered to be used as a poultice in delivery discomfort over the abdomen. So it is also a drug which can reduces the pain, and it shows like kind of anti-inflammatory, antimicrobial, and antioxidant properties. This is another kind of tree which can be seen in like this scrub jungles, can be considered as one among the scrub jungle tree, which is having very beautiful flower, like um, the tree with a beautiful flower. It is having a hot potency and having a bitter taste. That the drug is having litholytic, like it can destroy the stone, and an anti-dysenteric drug, like it controls the diarrhea or dysentery. It is considered to be ophthalmic and can be used in vata, kapha rogas, and toothache. And in Africa, it is considered the root decoction is considered as abortifacient, and in Germany, that the powder of this root is used for massaging over the fracture. This is also another uh, tree like which is having a special action. Like when you chew the leaf of this one, like chakrakoli, Gemnia sylvestra, if you chew the leaf of this plant, your the sweet taste bud can get numb, and you will not perceive the taste of sweetness. Like if you chew kinds of sugar or toffee, you feel like chewing some sand, or you feel like chewing some kind of wax if you're chewing a toffee. So it is considered as a killer of prameha. So it is having the name chakrakuli. Like chakra means sweet. It destroys the sweet, and it is one among the plant which produce the papules like apupandari, and it can, as I told, like it can kill the prameha, or like it can destroy prameha. Like the study showed that it can block the absorption of sugar to the blood. So one is like it can like stop the sugar absorption, and also this drug can also reduces the craving for sweet and craving uh, for the food. So it is a very good drug of choice for prameha roga. And as it like these the leaves are diuretic in nature, and some of the tribe like there was some peculiar name, some tribe used to heat these leaves, like 4 to 5 number of leaves. They will be taken early in the morning to clear the urine. So it can be used, like the leaves is also can be used to clear urine, like prameha is also affecting like the mutravasrota. So the leaves are also can be used for reducing or for use in prameha roga. Like it is also told like it is used in cardiopathic illness and constipation, and in China it is used for rheumatism, hemorrhoid, snake bite, and blood vessel inflammation, and as well as in Africa they use for like snake bite. And the other one is like Adapatin Kirang, like Holstina adacoidan. Like it is endangered one. Like it is named as Arka Pushpi because the flower resembles that of Arka, and it is considered as Jivanti. The drug action, like it is a rasayana drug, but can be used in prameha. Like it is a rasayana, can be used in prameha, and this is ophthalmic. Like for eye diseases, this is one of the good drug of choice, which is having a cold potency, and it is an host plant for like striped tiger butterfly larva, and also nectar. This one is used for kind of kidney stones, or like ashmeri, as like take the root tuber powder along with the chira can be taken for the kidney stone, and the rasayana chira like chira paka will be act as a rasayana. So other one, like the next one is like ipomia nil, like krishna bijam in Malayalam, which is a very purgative drug, like the seeds, the black seeds. That's why it's named as krishna bijam, like black seeds. So these seeds can like with a very low dose, like 1 to 3 grams, can produce can act as a purgative. And this is as like this climber is having a very beautiful flower which attracts the different kinds of butterflies. And in Chinese medicine, like in Chinese medicine, it is used as a laxative, and is used in diuretic, as well as it is used in oliguria. Like I don't know, like I got the reference from the books online, and it says that it is used in diuretic as well as oliguria. Here, similarly, I can in the further slides, I will be also talking about another drug which is having different actions. And in Korea, these seeds are used as contraceptives. These leaves are used to wash, like these ones, like Krishna Bijam leaves can be used for washing the hair to kill the hair lice. So this is Adirani, like Melastoma malabarica, which is having very beautiful flower, which is endemic to such kinds of ecosystem. And it is used for diarrhea and cut wound, like it is having a sandhania property. And like again, like root juice is used for leukorrhea, like it is a sandhana, like it stops stambhana in action. Contains like a chemical constituent, like which is potential, which is having potential activity as an anti-diabetic content. And in China, it is, and Malay medicine, it is used, and like similar uses, like they are used in cut wounds, like the leaves are used for, or the root decoction or whole plant decoction are mainly used for these kinds of cut wounds, and as well as for diarrhea. This is the one what I told, like nirtipalli, like as its name resembles, like the fruit is similar to that of tipali, like pipali, phyla nodiflora, which is having shitavirya, but very similar to that of pipali, like kadu kashaya rasa with cold potency. It is a semi-aquatic plant. It is cardiotonic, ophthalmic, and spermatogenic and diuretic. So we can say it's a kind of rasayana, or like a rejuvenating drug, and it is a good haircut drug. So in folk, like they are used to prepare oils, and the fresh leaf juice are used for gum bleeding, and it can ripen, like this is the one, like the drug that I told, like which has two different actions. Like it can ripen the boils, like if there is a boil to be ripened, to make it into paga avastha. And also, if it is ruptured, you can use the same plant to heal the rupture, like heal the wound. Okay. And this plant in China, it is used as hookworm, sorry, used in hookworm infections. The other one is Paramullu, very endemic to these kinds of ecosystem, like Lipidigatis carolensis. Um, it is considered to be used in like kidney disorder, and like it is diuretic in nature, and also used for digestive illness. Like it can increases the digestion, support the digestion, increases the blood, like showed up that it can increases the blood count, and also told to be used in bronchial asthma in children, maybe like this may be having a hot potency drug, and which is corrosive, like there is a study showing that it is corrosive to the steel, so it can used as a diuretic as well as litholytic drug. So this ecosystem, like Madhapara, is an unusual herbaceous ecosystem with a potential to survive. Like as I told, like even though it is going to the two different extreme weather, like very wet to very dry, like scrub jungles and grassland, these herbs will be having very good kinds of potential to survive. So will be very herbaceous in nature. And more than 600 species are identified, like as a flora, like as a plants, like more than 600 species are identified, but there are many more to be identified. Like the flock Vaidyas around this Madhaipara says that there are more than 1,000 number of species are there in this area. And this ecosystem, like very endemic and very rare, and they are very, like what you can say, like the they are very endemic, they're very special or unique, that there are different kinds of plants which are uh, unique, which can be the larva host, and like bee host or nectar host for different kinds of flies and butterflies around this area. And as I told, like this is a blessed with a positive and refreshing energy, which are very rare now. And extinction of a unique flora. Like as I told, like there are different kinds of floras in that area which is not explored. Like locally in folk medicine they are used, but we don't know them. So we have to learn more about it, because if a plant is getting extinct, like if a plant is getting, or a flora is getting extinct, a powerful knowledge is also is getting extinct. Like to make it more easier, like when we are preparing different kinds of formulations with different plants, when we have some special herbs, and when we are not knowing that, we are just losing a powerful knowledge. So somehow, like this plant sorry, this ecosystem and this area to be conserved, and such ecosystem, like not just in Madapara, such ecosystem should be conserved at any cost. So I would like to express my sincere gratitude with almost respect to Dr. Ajay Sadananda Sir, HOD Dravya Guna Vijnanam, Ashtangam Ayurveda Medical College, and Institute of Ashtanga Ayurveda for giving me such a great opportunity and guidance for doing this program. And I also would like to thank VC Balakrishnan Sir and many more people without this presentation would have been never happened, because they helped me for with knowledge and some data. And thank you, sir. I also would like to thank those who helped me for learning. Like there is Dr. Nia Chechi, like Vipin sir, Harikrishnan, many more, like and my college teachers, like lectures from KVJ Ayurveda Medical College, and Dr. Sankita, who helped me to prepare all these kinds of slides. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. The unusual ecosystem of Madaipara was well explained by Dr. Irfan. Information about the rich herbaceous diversity, which is very crucial for an Ayurvedist, was conveyed well in collaboration with our classic Samhitas. Thank you so much, sir. Moving on to our next session by Dr. Tharini. Hailing from Vellore, Dr. Tharini is currently living in Avalanche Forest Reserve, the Nilgiris, for past 3 years. She has been actively observing the biodiversity of Nilgiris for past 18 months. She completed her BAMS from Government Ayurveda Medical College Hospital, Nagarkoil. Thereafter, she had been with Dr. L. Mahadevan sir for 6 months, where she was exposed to his diagnostic methods and treatment approaches. Now she is doing her practice along with documentation and photography of flora and fauna from Avalanche. Today, she is with us to present her topic, an introduction on medicinal plants of Avalanche, Nilgiris. Over to you, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Is it audible there? Hello?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Namaste, it's audible.
Yeah, thank you for your nice introduction. My topic today is medicinal plants in Avalanche, Nilgiris. Does the screen is visible? Fully the screen is shared there?
Yes.
It's visible, ma'am.
Okay. Before going on to the topic, my humble pranams to my guru, Dr. L. Mahadevan sir, Sri Sarada Ayurveda Hospital, Darisnagop, and to all my faculties of Government Ayurveda Medical College and Hospital, Nagarkoil. Before going to the plants that I personally saw in Avalanche, this is the Nilgiris Biosphere map, which I had been a part of. The Kunda Reserved Forest, which is located here, is the area which I am going to cover now, the Avalanche. a small introduction of the Nilgiris Biosphere Reserve. It is the first biosphere reserve established in the year 1986, and it's also the India's first international biosphere reserve. It is declared as the World Heritage Site by UNESCO in 2012. RLM, Mudumalai, Mukkurthi, Nagarhole, Bandipur, and Silent Valley National Parks, and Wayanad, Karimpura, and Satyamangalam Wildlife Sanctuaries come under this biosphere reserve. It is represented by the unique and threatened ecosystems that ranges from seasonal rainforest in the low hills, tropical mountain forest and grasslands in the higher reaches, moist deciduous to scrub through dry deciduous towards the plains in the eastern end. This Nilgiris Biosphere Reserve houses a sizable number of species of flora and fauna that includes a large number of endemics with special reference to conservation. This is my topic. This is the small picture where Nilgiri Langur sitting here. This is the slice of avalanche, we can say it. It comprises the mountain grasslands and shrublands, and it is nearly 2000 meter above the sea level, and it receives the annual rainfall of 5000 mm, some freezing temperatures in winters, and also it experiences the high winds. Here we can see a number of streams and reservoirs that acts as the source of river, and here is and this is the place where the river Bhavani is originated, and it also portrays rich biodiversity that is the habitat for many endemic floras, faunas, amphibians and other microbial forms. Let me share some of the plants that I had photographed and experienced here in Avalanche. First species is Rhododendron arboreum, subspecies Nilagiricum. This is also called as Nilagiri rhododendron. It is an evergreen tree. This is said to be the endemic Western Ghat plant. It's commonly seen in high altitudes and mountain evergreen forest. The IUCN status is said to be vulnerable, and the dried flowers is fried in ghee, and it is used to stop the blood dysentery. This is the folk use that I had seen in some papers regarding this rhododendron subspecies Nilagiricum. This species we can also see in Himalayas, and it is the state flower of Himachal Pradesh, and it is also the national flower of Nepal, and it is the beautiful dark pink to crimson red flower that we can see blossomed in the winters. That tree itself very beautiful to see when it is bloomed. The next plant is Berberis tinctoria. It's also called as Nilgiri barberry, and this is also distributed in Western Ghats, and it's endemic to Western Ghats, mostly seen in high altitudes along the evergreen forest. In Nilgiris, there are actually some 6 indigenous tribes: Tora people, Badga people, Katanayakas, Pannikas, Irulas, Kurumbas, like that we can say. Each indigenous tribe actually occupied a specific geographical location in Nilgiris. So here I am sharing the ethno-medicinal uses that is mostly used by Badga people and Tora people. Even rest of the tribes are using some of the medicinal plants, but here in Avalanche, when we are entering to the forest reserve, there is a month. Month in Toda language is called village. So mostly the Toda people are concentrated here. So I'm sharing those ethno-medicinal uses and the uses which I had read and followed from some of the research papers. This plant, the parts used are roots and leaves. They are using for jaundice, ulcer, and stomach ache. This is Baraga people's usage, and leaves and stem also is used in dysentery, stomach bloating. The juice of the bark or dried bark is powdered and they are internally administered. This is used by Kurumba tribes, this usage. And Toda people, they use even for ethno-veterinary purpose, like in snake bite and indigestion. They externally rub the leaves over the cattle from neck to tail. The next plant is Mahonia lestenaldi. This is a beautiful plant that has both religious and medicinal use. Especially, this is more religiously used by Toda people for their religious concern. This is a large shrub or a small tree distributed in evergreen forest, and this is also an endemic southern western plant. Local language that is called Tovari or Mulkadambu. The stem bark is made into paste and internally administered to newly delivered women. And they are also used for fever, cold, and arrest other complications that occurring during postnatal period. The leaves are soaked in water, and this holy water is sprinkled during annual temple festivals as a purification ritual by Toda people. The next plant is Arisima lestenaldi. This is called cobra lily in common. It's a tuberous herb. This is also this is actually a rare plant and seen in the margin of sholas, evergreen forest and grasslands. They call it as palm cherry. The parts used are leaves and spadix, and they make paste out of it, and it's used as antidote and even for veterinary purpose by Toda people. In Badaga language, it is called Ahu Marigidu. They consider this as poisonous plant, and they use the bulb, that is the root, that is made into paste, and it's smeared to the site of the fracture and regions of body pain and also for skin diseases. This is the green one in the left corner is the unripe fruit. This red one is the ripe fruit, and this tuber they also approved for many medicinal purposes. The next plant is Oxalis corniculata or plant changeri. This is the nice trifoliate leaf. You can see some drupe like fruit here, and this is the yellow bright flower. Also called as Indian sorrel or yellow oxalis, small recumbent herb. It's not only found in high altitudes, but it's also commonly found all over India, especially in shaded localities, river banks, gardens, forest edges, and scrub jungles. In Badaga language, this is called as Kunna Ulla Majiga. The leaves are mainly used, sometimes even the whole plant is used. They internally administer for dysentery and headache, and the leaf juice is useful for eye lotion, might be for some eye infections like that. And the plant juice is mixed with buffalo milk, and it cures any type of headache when consumed internally. This is their ethnomedical use. And as we all know, in Ayurveda, Charaka, Shushruta, and Vagbata, they all mentioned it under Shaka Vargam, Kapha Vadaharam, and we are using for using it as antidote for Datura Visham, and we are using it in many other formulations also. Mainly we are using for Guda Brahmsha and all. Next plant I am going to explain is the Andrographis lobeloides. This is a rare and endemic plant that I had seen here. This is the old habitat plant. You can see the nice herb photo here. And this picture, left corner picture, is the beautiful flower. And this one is the leaves with bud photo. This is said to be endangered because the number of sightings or the recorded sightings is low, I think. And the Andrographis species which we are using in our clinical practice, the same usage can be done with this plant also, but folk medicine by total people, they use like the leaf decoction, they mix it with buffalo's milk and they use it for the treatment for viral fever, snake bite and jaundice. The next drug is Galteria fragrantissima. This is the beautiful tree. Sorry, not a tree. Sorry, tree. Evergreen tree. It's also seen in high altitudes in most places of the Western Ghats. It's called Yenne Giddu by the Badga people, and the leaves and roots they are using. Leaves they will distill and they are using it as oil also, mainly for joint pain and skin nourishment purpose. And this is the plant commonly that we are getting as wintergreen oil. That is, the leaves are collected and they distill this and they make essential oil named wintergreen oil. And this oil we are getting in markets in most number of the most joint pain oil formulations and in by most of the medicinal companies. These blue fruits are edible. We actually eat this fruit. It's called as iodex berry or vix berry. It will be very tasty. And the next plant is Centella asiatica. We all know this plant is Manduka Parni. It's a creeping herb. Can see in all regions. Media drug which we are using for many purposes. And in Badaga language, it is called Kudare Komba. The whole plant extract is given orally on empty stomach to cure jaundice. And they are using for urinary problems and also for menstrual pain. They are using for skin diseases also. The next plant is Acmella calva. It's called as toothache plant. It's a nice herb and seen in Western Ghats and also in high altitudes. This inflorescence, just they'll pick up the flower and whenever they are feeling the toothache, they just crush the flower and eat it like that. By the local tribes, they are using this plant in that form. And the next plant is Euphorbia rothiana. This is also a herb commonly seen in many places. In total language, they call it kabodi. And the latex is applied over the boils and acne externally. And in ethno-veterinary use, they use it as insect repellent. The leaves are mixed with salt water and sprayed on the cattle skin to repel away the insects. The next plant is Solanum cimbrifolium. It's a herb, and this is said to be the invasive plant. In Baraga language, it is called Kadutamba. The fruit and seeds are used, and they give for toothache, and fruits are also edible. They give for stomachache. The dried leaf powder is useful for cough. Ethno-veterinary usage is also found. The leaf paste is mixed with garlic, salt, and given to cattle internally for deworming purpose and in diarrhea also. Leaf paste is applied to wounded parts of the cattle to repel away the insects. Elaeagnus colonga, the next plant. This is the shrub, and Baraga people call it as kolanga annu. The fruits are edible. Root, leaf, and fruits are used. They give for heart pain, fever, and both internal and external usages are done in this plant. The next plant is Eucalyptus globulus, commonly called blue gum. This is an evergreen tree, and it's said to be the invasive plant in Nilgiris because this is not the natural shola plant. This is said to be introduced by Britishers here, and the famous eucalyptus oil is collected from the leaves of this tree and other species of eucalyptus also. Badaga people call it as kapura yalai, and they use it for joint pain, body pain, headache. Oil is commonly used. The next plant is Rhodometis tomentosa. This is the nice flower, and the fruits is also edible. They call it as Tavate Annu by Badaga people, and they use it for anti-diarrheal purpose. Next one is Leucus aspera. They call it as Tumbai. The fresh leaves are chewed to get relief from stomachache, and the flowers are soaked in water overnight, and this extract is dropped into ice for conjunctivitis. Leaf extract is used for controlling excessive bleeding, and this is said to be the good plant for many butterflies also. A swift butterfly is collecting nectar from this flower of this plant. And the next plant is Lobelia leschianoldi. By Toda people it is called tulksh, and the leaves is used for maggot wounds. Administration is the paste is applied on the wounded areas, especially the maggot wounds. And we can see three rubus species here in Avalanche: Rubus ellipticus, Rubus parholmianus, and Rubus resimosus. All the three plants deliver some beautiful fruits that looks like mini berry. I will show the pictures in the coming slides, and all these fruits are edible by the local people. This one is the Rubus ellipticus species. Flowers, plant, and the bright orange berry here. And the next is Rubus parholmianus. This is the maroon fruit, and the leaves look like a triangle shape, nearly a triangle shape. And this is the flower of the plant Rubus parholmianus. And Rubus resimosus, some silvery shade, nice berry fruit from this plant. The next plant is Piper whitey. Piper nigrum is the maricha we use in Ayurveda, but this is Piper whitey. I cannot find much documents regarding the ethno-medicinal use of this plant, but there say it as kaatu melagu, and they use it for edible and medicinal purpose. Magnolia nilgirica or Michelia nilgirica. This is an evergreen tree. This is said to be the one of the shola plant that's covering the higher canopies. This is the closer view of the flower with inflorescence. Sorry, the flowering part. And the Nilgiri langur seen in the Michelia nilgirica tree. The coming slides, I will be showing the pictures of some endemic plants, but I cannot find much ethno-medicinal use so far. Then this plant is Daphne-phyllum elegans. Fruits are seen here, and the langurs also feed over this plant. Curculigo orchioids, muesli, are drug. It's commonly seen in the grasslands, and this is the tuberous root that we are using for medicinal purpose. And the next drug is Notopoiditis pneumoniana, previously called Mapia foetida. This drug is an important drug. The camptothecin is a chemical compound that they are extracting from this plant that is mainly used for chemotherapy in Western medicine. So they are cultivating this plant externally also. So far the synthetic camptothecin is not available, so they are believing in the natural sources. So this plant is exploited more. This is the inflorescence, and these are the berries that are found in this plant. The next plant is Cinnamomum whitei. This tree is a nice aromatic tree. The leaves we are using for some edible purposes also. Some of the orchid pictures I am showing in the next slides. This is Calanthe slivatica, beautiful terrestrial orchid. Oberonia ensiformis, this one. And this is another herb that is found in the high altitudes, especially Western Ghats. Usbechia brachystemon, the flower plant, and the hairy plant in the next slide. The next plant is Usbechia aspera, the beautiful purple flowers, and this is also a herb that is found in high altitudes. The next is the insectivorous plant Drosera peltata. This tentacles actually having some sticky substance, so the insects get attracted to it and get stuck on the tentacles. Likewise, the plant kills the insects. The next orchid is Satyrium nepalens. The Nilgiri is actually famous for the blue shade in the mountains that is caused by this flowers called Neelakurunji. The botanical name is Tobilanthus kunthiana. This is this plant, and it's said to be bloom once in 12 years. And this is also another endemic species, Strobilanthus whiteiana, said to be white scuringi. This is the picture of the Toda tribe. That this I took during one of the ceremony. Before concluding this, there are actually many plants and many flora here. So one need time and even some right people to guide and explore. So the Center of Excellence of the Ministry of Environment and Forest given some quote that we must understand and remember that once balance of the nature is disturbed or destroyed, it is beyond man's capability or capacity to stop or prevent the disastrous chain reaction that will be triggered of destroying the entire human community. So the climate change and many of the things are actually creating many changes in high altitude places like Nilgiris, and it's also damaging the ecosystems here. So we should also conserve these type of ecosystems, and we should get to know all this flora and other medicinal plants that yet to be used by the people. I thank Dr. Ajayan sir for giving me this beautiful opportunity to share my experience, and I also thank Jeevit sir, one of the research biologists in Salim Ali Institute of Ornithology, Anekatti, and V.S. Ramachandran sir, Tamil Nadu Agriculture University, retired botanist, and all my friends and family members who had helped me to who had helped me a lot in many of the things. So thank you Aranyakam for inviting me and sharing my experience here in this beautiful ethno-medicinal topic. Thank you all.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Dr. Tarini, ma'am. Information on the native tribes and tribal ethno-medicinal uses of various plants of Avalanche Forest Reserve on Nilgiris were presented wonderfully, and it was a very informative session. Thank you so much, ma'am. Now,
thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Now we are moving on to our next presentation, that is by Dr. Om Prakash Ji. He graduated from Ayurveda College, Coimbatore in 2009 and pursued clinical orientation training from FRL HT Bangalore. He also worked as a resident physician at Vaidyagrama Ayurveda Healing Village, Coimbatore for 6 years. Currently, he is working as Assistant Medical Officer in Ayurveda, Government Hospital, Kulashekaram, Kanyakumari, under Department of Indian Medicine and Homeopathy, Tamil Nadu. Dr. Om Prakash sir is here to present about Ayurvedic ethno-medical study of plants in Kanyakumari. Over to you, sir.
Excuse me, Dr.
Namaste.
Tarini, please switch off your screen. Dr. Tarini. Okay, please. Om Prakash, doctor, please continue.
Yes. Vipin sir, am I audible?
Yes. Yes.
The slide is visible?
Yes, slides are visible. Please continue.
Okay. Vanakkam. Myself, Dr. Om Prakash. I'm excited to present my ethno-medical observations of some important medicinal plants from Kanyakumari. And objective is to just to know about Kanyakumari and its medical tradition, and details about Kanyakumari Wildlife Sanctuary, some of interesting plants with its local uses, and what is the scope and what we have to do to preserve the biome. A few of the interesting details. we all know it is the southernmost part of India. And once upon a time, maybe many centuries before, the Tamil literatures or Sangam literatures has mentioned there was a place called, there is a continent called Lemuria or Kumari Kandam, which was situated below the Kanyakumari, which we see now. And there were happenings related to first and second Sangam period of Tamil literature. And there were mountains, there were rivers, all the names were mentioned. And there were two important cities called Ten Madurai and Kapatapuram, where the Sangam was flourishing. And many books have written. Many of them have unfortunately lost by the time period. And those cities were destroyed one by one by the huge ocean. And but we are fortunate to have Tolkappiyam, which is one of the biggest grammar book, authentic grammar book of Tamil literature. And it is mentioned, it is written by Tolkappiyar, and his guru's name was Adankot Ashan. And there is a place still in Kanyakumari called Adankot, and Tolkappiyar presented his grammar book in front of his guru in Adankot. In that Tolkappiyam, they have divided the landscape into 5. Actually, it is 4. Palai was later added. And Kurinji, Mullai, Marutham, Neidal, and Palai. Kurinji is the mountainous region. Mullai is the forests. Marutham is the agricultural land. Neidal is the coastal. And Palai is arid land. And these all are named after the flower, which is very common there. And the beauty of Kanyakumari is we can observe all the 5 lands in this small landscape. And it is rich in culture, and there are cultivations varying from rice to rubber plantations and spices also. And it is very thickly populated, and it is less polluted compared to other parts of Tamil Nadu because of less factories and industrialization. But the domestic population is more because of increasing population. And it receives rains from both monsoons. It has perennial rivers too. And the forests of Kanyakumari district is collectively known as Kanyakumari Wildlife Sanctuary, which is very important because it sits in the southernmost tip of Western Ghats. In a guide which is published by the Tamil Nadu Forest Department, it is mentioned the forest could be 75 million years old. And it is said that, I don't know whether it is evidence-based, but it is said that when the Lemuria or Kumari Kandam was destroyed, before the destruction, due to the basic instinct, the animals and plant species have moved a little bit upper and higher areas, and they are still, that's why there are rare species of plants and animals are seen in Kanyakumari Wildlife Sanctuary. And it is beautiful that 30% of the total district is forests, and out of them, 52% is very dense and thick forests. And Kanis are considered to be one of the important tribal populations there. And the biodiversity is yet to be explored fully. There are few research works conducted by the colleges and lecturers, especially Dr. Sukumaran sir. He has documented plants from different sacred groves, and it is a home of sacred groves. There are hundreds of sacred groves here, small and bigger. And he has documented 200 sacred groves from different parts of Kanyakumari district. It is very valid information. And there are 4 rivers and 10 reservoirs. We have estuaries, hills, mountains, rocks, ponds, and different type of landscapes. And if I just citing an example of biodiversity at Kanyakumari, and I'm working in a government hospital campus. It has a maybe 1 or 1.5 acre land behind my building. It is untouched. Maybe once in a year they will cut and season it. That's it. So it's like a forest, and it is home for 100+ plant species, which I have observed. There are still more. Maybe I will disturb Dr. Ajay sir for the IDs. And 15+ birds, 15+ butterflies, moths, ants, insect species, etc. So if this 1 acre land, which is untouched, has this much biodiversity, we can imagine the virgin forests, which is untouched, lying in the mountains. It's very wonderful. And few of the plants I have cited here for your references. You can see 2 types of Apamarga, 2 types of Pata, and 4 ficus species, Anametra calculus or Kakavalli, Tetraceracera, Kotavalli, and Ampellicis latifolia, which is our Raktavalli, or it is flowering and fruiting. I have seen this plant in other parts of Kanyakumari, but it is not flowering and fruiting. But in my campus, I can see it. And there are 3 types of Sharivas, Amrita, and Acalypha indica, Harith Manjari, and Vanda tessellata on the huge trees, and Spermococcus species, Bacilla alba, and Cosmostigma racemosum, which is called Kakamukavalli in Siddha system of medicine. And there is Tragia involucrata, Grevia species, our Helictris izora, Tetrastigma species, Desmodium species, 3 types of Bala, Cinnamon zeylanicum, and I purposefully avoided few cultivated plants. These all are growing here naturally, which is very beautiful to see. There is a huge tree of ficus trees, 2 trees together. It is very enlightening to see the species growing very beautifully. And there is much marine plants of Trumpeta rhomboidea, which the bees are coming to honey from them. There is a huge tree of Mullilavu, Shalmelia malabarica also. And birds, like these beautiful birds, white-cheeked barbet, red-whiskered bulbul, flycatchers, rocket-tailed dranco, and once in a while, there is a visit of our brown Malabar hornbill. And butterflies, like one of the big butterflies of our country, the common banded peacock is seen. Small cutest butterfly like red parrot, common bush brown, tawny coster, all are seen here. So this much diversity is there only in this 1 acre of land, which is surrounded by civilization, and it is very delightful to be working even. So this is the picture from the internet. It is taken from Kalimala, one of the beautiful temple which lies in the hilltop. And our Kanyakumari sanctuary has 14 type of different forests, differing from evergreen forest to thorn scrub in the Mahendragiri hills. And floristically, one of the richest area in the country, having 3,500 flowering plants, 12 endangered and 21 vulnerable. Even the Arogya Pacha plant as documented here. In Pechipara, there is a village called Pechipara, which has a famous dam called Pechipara Dam. It is actually a natural kail, a water body, but built as a dam. And they have a beautiful botanical garden, which homes for 200 different species. And about few plants from Kanyakumari, Apamarga or Nayuruvi. 2 types of Apamargas are observed, Acheranthus aspera and Cyatula prostrata. And the Cyatula prostrata is a Chiru Nayuruvi or Cherukadaladi. And the coconut oil cooked with the whole plant. It is used for pediatric dermatological conditions for the Kani tribes. And the root of Acheranthus aspera is used as a toothbrush, like how we use the neem twigs. And the leaf paste is used for lice problems. And I have used the Acheranthus aspera leaves pasted with sesame oil to control menstrual bleeding. And it is very helpful. And this prayoga is mentioned in Sahasra Yoga also. And it is mentioned, and it is also Rahasya Yoga. But it is very useful within 3 to 5 days. And out of 8 out of 10 cases, the bleeding is arresting. And the Pata, there are 2 types of Pata observed in the same area, which is very delight to see. One is Cisamplus pereira and Cyclia peltata. And the leaf paste of Cyclia peltata can be applied over the crown to reduce excessive heat in the infants. This information also is given by Kani tribes. And Cisamplus pereira, the kashayam of dry roots is used in Vyadikshina Avastha. The cases who are debilitated by the long-standing diseases, the kashayam is useful. Even the Cyclia peltata paste is applied over the emotionally disturbed person's scalp also as a thala. I have noticed from a person who is generally goes to the forests? And the Bella varieties in Kanyakumari, generally we can see 5 types of Bella Sida combinations. Here people use Sida cordifolia generally, and the humorous thing is the common people doesn't know Bella as a medicine for Vata Vyadhi or neurological problems. They know only Bella as a tali or a hair tone. They make oils boiling with the leaves of whole plant, leaves of the kurindoti. That's how they know the Bala. And I'm happy at least people remember the herbal uses, at least for the hair beauty. And palai, the milky plants are known as palai. Common name is palai. Pal means milk, so it is called palai. And here we can see these 4 types of palai things, and out of them Cryptolopis buchnani is one of the important plant for the Kani tribes, because they use the milk of the plant for the thrones to come out of the pricked area. And Alstonia scolaris, the milk of this plant is used to heal the ulcers, the wounds of the cattle. And they tell the worms will come out if you put the milk inside the wound. And Kshir Vriksha or Alamarangal. And the Ficus calosa is a very beautiful tree which is growing in our campus. And the adventitious roots are also used as a hair tonic. And the adventitious roots are also used as kashaya in treating Vata Vikara. I have seen good results in few cases of calcaneus spur. The pain of the calcaneus spur is reducing by the kashaya. See, I'm practicing the government sector, and unfortunately, the Tamil Nadu government medicine supply is less in government dispensaries of Ayurveda. So I try to use the single drug remedies as much as possible. And I found they are helpful, and the correlation is very important, and we have to use it according to the uses. And while talking to the people of the Kani tribes, I noticed they have very good demarcation between the tribal use and Shastric use. When I was asking about the Shalmali trees, they told about the use of the leaves, but they didn't tell about the use of the bark. And they told, we collect the barks and give to the Vaidyas, they only use it. So that's how the remedy can be used Shastric way, and a home remedy or their urgent use is demarcated. And the Kanyakumari is one of the place where the specialized practices are prevalent since very beginning. Because we can see whenever a person comes with skin diseases, he never tell it is a skin disease. They will tell me it is vishakadi or poisonous bites. Even I have seen the people with psoriasis, they consider it is a vishakadi, it is an insect bite, and they would go to the traditional Vaidyas to take treatment, and they consider it's very difficult to make them believe it is not an insect bite, but it is a skin disease. But I'm happy because they are approaching for the traditional treatment for many problems. Even I have seen people fall and have fractures. They have first approached the traditional physician, then only they come to the allopathy side. So it is a much scope for practicing medicines. But the worrying is people are nowadays, the new generation people are turning more towards the allopathy side. We can see if you go to any Trivandrum allopathy big hospitals, many of the people are coming from Kulashegaram because it is economically rich area after the rubber plantations. We'll come to the topic again, and we can observe the Kaka Udumbara and Udumbara, the Ficus hirta and Ficus racemosa grown from the same place. And Chulli Vagagal are Barlaria species. 5 types of Barlaria species are seen here. And one more thing, Barlaria mysurensis I have observed, but the ID is not confirmed yet. And Barlaria prionatis is also called Vajradanti or Saireka, which is used for tooth problems. Here, people generally use its root and whole plant for Vata Vyadhi as a kashaya. And Barlaria strigosa is also one of the beautiful blossoms. And I have seen this plant roadside. It is growing and people are cutting it, but still again growing. This is another problem here. people are not aware of rare plants, and they are growing in the roadsides also, because once upon a time the Kulashekaram was, and Kanyakumari was the forest area, especially the Kulashekaram, the west side of Kanyakumari, it was not habituated well. So the plants are growing everywhere, and people have to be educated about the importance. And the RL varieties, Puliaral and Neeraral. Puliaral is also called Changeri, and Oxalis corniculata. And Sunishanaka is Marsilia quadrifolia, which is called Neeraral. In the rice fields, I have observed Sunishanaka, and the little mountainous areas, I have observed Changeri. Both are having almost the same effect. And the Shvarasa, personally, I have seen the people are using the Shvarasa or Kalka for inflammatory bowel diseases and ulcerative colitis. Even personally, I have experienced good results with the Changeri paste as a Kalka, especially when the symptoms are reducing. To reduce the reoccurrence, I have used Changeri, and it is very helpful. And Sunishanaka is found to be, if it is used as a vegetable, it can provide good sleep. And Siriyarnangai and Periyarnangai, and Polygala species are called, Polygala javanica is called Periyarnangai. And Siriyarnangai is always a controversial plant, and generally people consider even Polygala species or Andrographis paniculata. And both the plants are used for snake bites, as we know here also. And the leaf paste with milk is used for aphrodisiac purpose by the people here. And Triphala and Dashamula, I have observed all the Dashamula plants here except Shionaka or Oxalis indicum. Other plants have seen. And the Haritaki from Kanyakumari is considered to be of higher quality. Even we can remember from Dr. Balamurugan's class, the Rohini variety is growing in Kanyakumari, which is mentioned in Agasthyar Gunapatam of Siddha system of medicine. And the huge Vibhitaki trees are found in sacred groves. And two varieties of Patala are found, Stereospermum species and Dolichondron species. And two types of Cumidum are found here, Melina arborea and Melina asiatica. The Melina asiatica has the same effect like Patala garudi, as the leaves and fruits is very, it produces the thickness. If you mix with the water, the paste of the leaves and fruits, it will increase the thickness of water, and the water is drunk by the people to reduce the tiredness and weakness. And many Desmodium species are seen here, Desmodium triflorum, Desmodium heterophyllum, Desmodium gangeticum, and Desmodium gyrans. And Smilax zeylanica are Karuvilanji in Tamil. And we always know Madhusrihi as an imported plant mentioned in Bhava Prakasha Samhita. But here in Siddha system of medicine, the Smilax plants are used since beginning. And this variety is a native variety and also observed in Sri Lanka. It is commonly used for skin diseases, and the forest people are saying the ulcer created from the spines of Smilax zeylanica is difficult to heal, but it is useful for, but the plant is useful for treating skin diseases. It is commonly used for non-healing ulcers, leukorrhea, genital ulcers, and arthritis. And generally they use the powder form with milk or honey. And this plant is mentioned in Sahasra Yogam too as one of the 4 important plants for wound healing. And external uses also, the water boiled with the roots, the vapor from the kashayam of the root can be exposed to the wound for the wound healing. Anameta calculus or kakekulli, this interesting plant, the Kani tribes, they are using the oil cooked with the roots for the wound healing. And it is also used for intoxicating fishes. What they do, they take the fruits, mix with the ground floor and put it on the water body. The fruit, when the fishes eat the fruits, they become intoxicated and they can easily catch the fishes. And this plant is growing abundantly in the many sacred groves as a very big lianas. Bombak Siba or Mullilavam, one of the beautiful plant. I can say this is also a tree of life after the banyan tree, because now it is flowering in my campus. There are so many flowers. Even the meadow downside is filled with flowers. I have seen the black-headed oriole is taking the honey all the time, and there are so many barbirds and sunbirds are seeking over the honey. Here, the leaf paste with milk is used for burning micturition. The resin is used for stambhana purpose, and also in Dhatu Pushti, the medicines for Dhatu Pushti, the resin of the shalmali plant is used, and it is also used for controlling uterine bleeding. And Flacotia indica or Hugonia mustax, Sataikala is it's a Tamil name for Flacotia indica, Sruvavriksha in our science, and Hugonia mustax is Modarakanni or Kamsamara in Sanskrit. They're grown in rocky areas, foothills, and abundant fortresses. We all know there is a palace called Pattanavapuram Palace in Kanyakumari district, which is owned by I dynasty and Trivandrum dynasty in different parts of times. And it has a big, a tall 5-kilometer circumference fort wall, which is going around the Pattanavapuram town. In one side, it has rocky formations. So these two plants are growing abundant there. And they both are medicinal plants. And the fruits of Flacotia indica is used to increase appetite. The roots and leaves of Kamsamara is used to treat snake bites. Indigofera aspalathoids or Shivanar Vembu. This is one of the important plant in Siddha system of medicine and also Kanyakumari local tradition for treating skin diseases. In psoriasis, this plant is very useful. There is a preparation called Shivanar Vembu Thailam, which is very useful in treating skin diseases. This plant can be used externally and internally. It grows in the hilltops of western parts of Kanyakumari, especially in the coastal area. Gravia species are Unnumaram. This has beautiful flowers and tasty fruits. The fruits are edible. The Kani tribes, they have told me that these fruits can be eaten and it gives good energy for the long time walking. The wood is interestingly helping to make the trenching hoe, the agriculture manveti. So if that wood is used, then it is strong but light in weight, so it is easy to work. And the hands won't pain even after long working. It also seen in sacred groves. Vitex species. I have observed 5 types of Vitex species in Kanyakumari district. Out of the Vitex leucoxylum, it is a Vennochi, and it is a very huge tree. I have at least 100 years old tree in front of my hospital, which is very tall. And Vitex altissima is also used, also called Mailai Maram. And all the Vitex species, the leaves are used for Vatavyadi, for Svedana purpose. Cairaceae pedata or Naralai or Puli Naralai. Now, this is one of the plant which is growing abundantly all over the place. The leaf is used for Rakta Gulma, which is also mentioned in Siddha system of medicine. The leaf Kashayam is used, even Kalka. Root Kashayam is used for hydrocele by the Kani tribes. It is also used in Rasavatam. And another variety of Cairaceae trifolia is also observed. Alangium salvifolium or Aringil, we called Ancola. We know this plant because it is mentioned in Ashtanga Hridaya for Alarka Visha or dog bites. These fruits are also edible. The seeds are used in hair tonic formulations, and the leaves are known for its anti-poisonous purpose for external use and internal use too. The powder from the root is used for treating non-healing ulcers or the external dusting like Triphala Churnam, Avachurnanam. And one of the yoga called Ankola Bijadi Thailam is used for hair growth, which is the information told by Dr. Balamurugan sir. Tetraceracera. It has very beautiful flowers. You can see in the photos. I have seen in the roadside again. It is also growing in my campus. The people, the Kani tribe, they have told me the tender leaves are very sharp. They can create ulcers if you walk through this. And it is believed the Kani tribes, they are using it for the liver diseases. And they told for bleeding diseases like Raktapita also, they are using the leaves as internal medicines. But detailedly, they did not tell. I need to meet them again. And this is also found in sacred groves. Lania coromandelica or Odiamaram. It is called Udimaram. The bark is used as a bandage for fractured limbs. One of my friend called Dr. Devraj, he conferred this information. The bark is used as a bandage to for the immobilization purpose. The bark decoction is used for wound wash. The gum from the tree is used to increase the milk quality for lactating mothers. And one of the interesting information in our village, in our district, like Tanjavur district, when we are getting married, when a bride goes to bridegroom's home, the first duty she does is planting a tree. So this tree we particularly select. We take a piece of branch and we do pujas during our marriage ceremony. We take this along with us and we plant it. We plant it in our homes.
Sir, please try to stick to the time.
Okay, sir. And Siripullani or Jetonia floripanta, it is one of source of Shushavi used for skin diseases and worm infestations. It has water inside it. It has beautiful synonyms called Valivalli or Brihatvalli. So when they didn't found water, they cut down the branch and drink the water which is available. And Adande Caparis zeylanica, it is an edible plant and also used to treat skin diseases. Few of the common remedies which we use, and the Kashayam of Mudakachan or Ratrilata is used to avoid cord problems during pregnancy. Generally here people, when they get fever, they take water boiled with moringa leaves or kanji boiled with moringa leaves to reduce the fever. And the paste of Cyanotis axillaris with small onion juice is applied on the fresh wounds to heal. And one of my friend, Dr. Meena Gautaman, is documenting these traditional details, especially in the antenatal care. And he has published also a book on this by the government. And the scope is very diverse, has a beautiful environment for the herbal cultivation and in situ preservation of rare herbs. The documentation is the needed thing, especially in the Kanyakumari Wildlife Sanctuary. The rich traditional knowledge may open new windows to treat new diseases with new medicines. The main threat for the ecosystem here is the deforestation by illegal quarrying, and illegal farms and plantations are encroaching the forest area. And the need for the actions to do is the regulating plantations and quarries. Especially there is a Velimala, which is very important place, which is situated in between Western Ghats and Eastern Hills, is much affected by the illegal quarrying, and it has to be prevented. Many actions are going on to prevent the destruction of the native forests, and awareness of herbs among public is much needed, and the infrastructure developments should be considered nature friendly also. Thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Ajayan sir, for giving me the opportunity. And thank you all, Ashtangam Ayurveda Vidya Freedom, for calling me to present my observation. And this is just beginning of documenting of the details. I have just done it very informally, and I wish I should do it in a proper documentation in the future times. Thank you so much. Nandri.
Thank you so much, sir. The session was on ethnomedic study of plants in Kanyakumari and was very interesting as well as informative. Thank you, sir. Now let me welcome our next presenter, that is Dr. Bidhan Mahajan, sir. He's a specialist physician in Ayurveda as well as a practitioner and pharmacologist. He completed his BAMS from J.B. Roy State Ayurvedic Medical College and Hospital, Kolkata, under West Bengal University of Health Science in 2011. And he completed his MD in Dravyaguna Vijnania from VPSV Ayurveda College, Kottakkal, in 2015. And he's a PhD graduate from Dravyaguna Vijnania from National Institute of Ayurveda, Jaipur, in 2018, and presently he's working as a research officer in CCRAS. A total of 50 of his research articles were published in various reputed national and international journals and obtained patency from Indian Patent Office. Now, over to you, sir.
Good evening. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yes, yes, sir.
Sir, I am unable to share my slide.
Is that so? Dr. Om Prakash, please switch off your screen.
Om Prakash sir, please stop your screen sharing.
Dr. Om Prakash. Dr. Om Prakash. Okay, sir. Now you try, sir. Okay, sir. Please continue, sir.
Good evening to all, respected dignitaries, teachers, physicians, and my dear friends. Very good evening to all of you, and welcome to my presentation. Before introduce today's presentation, I would like to express my gratitude to organizing committee of Ashtamgam Aranyakam for giving me platform to this platform to sharing my views. And topic of my presentation is Mushti Yog Chikitsa, traditional Ayurveda practices of Bengal. This is the project we completed under the guidance and supervision of Vaidya Asit Kumar Panja, who is not only a renowned physician and academician, but he is the role model and icon of a young generation of Bengal Ayurveda. So with permission of Vaidya Asit Panja sir, I am going to present today's presentation. Myself, Dr. Bidhan Mahajan, I am working as a research officer in Central Council for Research in Ayurvedic Sciences, CCRS, headquartered New Delhi. Presently, we are also working in CCRS, involving in the project for documentation and validation of local health tradition. In this project, we are validating total 10 years of collected folklore claims and medicinal claims throughout various research projects throughout all over India, from all over India. So let me start today's presentation. Before coming to the main part, let us see little background of Bengal. That is, Bengal or Bangla is originated from ethnic group Banga, which came from Austic words Banga, that means sun god. According to Mahabharat and Puran, Banga was one of the adopted son of King Bali, who founded Bangla kingdom. Various references indicate that ancient communities in Bengal were different in ethnicity and culture from Vedic people. The Banga kingdom was powerful seafaring nation ancient India. Bengal migrated from Malay archipelago, Siam, and gradually established their own colonies. And gradually in Bengal, various dynasties ruled, starting from 4th century, like Gupta dynasty, Pal dynasty, Sen dynasty, Ilyas dynasty, Ganesh dynasty, and ultimate Nawab of Bengal. They are ruled up to from 1717 AD to start of British period. And Chandragupta II was the king who defeated the confederacy of Banga kings and made the united Bengal as part of Gupta dynasty. And Bengal was the seat of learning since Gupta period. And Bengal tradition of Ayurveda was started from Madhav Nidan, Madhavkar, starting from 7th century AD, who was the revolutionary of Ayurveda diagnosis and investigations. And gradually it was proceeded by Acharya Chakrapani up to 11th century AD, and it was continued up to Yogendranath Sen, 20th century AD. And in between, various scholars and commentators like Gangadhar Rai, Gananath Sen, Yamini Bhushan Rai, Jyotish Chandra Saraswati, all they have enriched the tradition of Bengal as well as Ayurveda throughout India. Popular school of Bengal throughout India has throughout Bengal has emerged in different parts with the time. There are different parampara like Shastriya parampara. They used to practice based on Ayurveda classical text, and their treatment modules was based on classical treatment mentioned in various various classical texts like Charak Samhita and Susruta Samhita. And they are but with slight modification in Anupan and doses form. Next is Vaidyagini Parampara and Mushtijog Parampara. They used to practice the simple and cost-effective home remedies based on easily available medicinal plants. Shuddha Rasavaidya Parampara, they used to practice the metal and mineral-based formulations based on, and the Rasavaidya Parampara was started 11th century AD in Bengal. Tantric Parampara, their treatment modalities was based on Tantra Shastra and influenced by Jyotish Shastra also, and they used to practice in the Deva Vyapasraya Chikitsha and various lep and pradeya for external application also. Misrit Parampara or Vaishajya Ratnavali Parampara, their treatment modalities was based on the formulations mentioned in Vaishajya Ratnavali. Investigation was based on Madhav Nidan. Pachan Parampara, their treatment modalities was based on various decoction according to dosha avastha and dosha condition and dusha condition. They used to practice the different decoction in various disease conditions. Chakradatta Parampara, that is treatment modalities was based on fully the advised by Chakradatta. Next is the main Vaidyagini Parampara or Mushtijog Parampara. With the time period, the simple and cost-effective remedies was so popular in Bengal that a group of physicians like Vaidyagini, physician of housewife, has been emerged in Bengal. And they used to practice with commonly available medicinal plants and household materials. And this is commonly known as Mushtijog Chikitsha. And there are more than 40 Mushtijog manuscripts in Bengal are available as contribution of various scholars of this parampara. Coming to aims and objective of this today's main presentation, to explore one of the most popular collection of Mushtijog of Bengal tradition and to screen, validate and document the clinically most effective formulation mentioned in the manuscript. Coming to methodology, for this we have screened total 750 formulations, and we have categorized these formulation into animal product, mineral product and herbal product. And then we analyzed that clinically effectiveness in OPD and IPD based, and then documented the most clinically effective formulations in the form of books. We analyzed total, after analysis, we have found that the formulations contain total 381 medicinal plants, 38 animal products, and 33 mineral products. And these formulations are applicable total 70 types of disease condition in. And the diagnosis of these traditional treatment modalities or traditional treatment parampara was through traditional knowledge only, and their treatment model was based on home remedy and simple herb based. And we found that Mushtijog parampara or Mushtijog Chikitsha is one of the most popular tradition practice in Bengal among the 7 major and 6 minor parampara. And this parampara was, there was some unique treatment, unique achievement of this parampara, like simple method for classical diagnosis and treatment. They have developed unique treatment, unique diagnosis technique, like for diagnosis of Nasarog based on Vedana. If Nistod is there, then it indicates Vataja Nasarog. If Nashagra Pak is there, then it indicates Pittaja and Raktaja Nasarog. Likewise, they have developed in different easy technique for diagnosis of the different disease condition. And simple and cost-effective formulations also was one of the unique contribution of this parampara. For example, 1 piece of ice in mouth provides relief from nausea and vomiting in fever. Likewise, 25 gram ela is to be boiled in 500 ml water until remain part will 125 ml, and this is to be drink repeatedly after filtration for getting relief from nausea and vomiting in fever. Some unique modification in indication also there as a novel contribution we have found. In excessive loose motion, Swarna Parpati 2 Rati used should be prescribed once daily, and if there is excessive thirst, then coconut water may be used. And there are some unique and treatment modalities of this parampara, Mushtiyog Chikitsha. We are just highlighting here based on the simple and easily available, simple and cost-effective formulations based on easily available medicinal plants. Like for Juar fever, the 2 tola Nirgundi leaves should be boiled with 500 ml water, and it should be reduced up to 125 ml. And this decoction mixed with 3 gram powder of pipuli given in acute fever. For acute fever, we found that research studies are available like Vitex Nigondu at dose of 300 milligram per kg body weight at oral route showed significant reduction in yeast-provoked elevated temperature. That indicates that research studies are also supporting its indication of the Nirgundi leaves in that acute fever condition. Next, in thirst in fever. For thirst in fever, chopped misrea should be kept in 125 ml of water in a glass for 1 hour, and repeated intake of this filtered water mixed with honey, relieving the thirst in fever. And we found that this is also reported in the published literature. Paste of seeds or fruits are used as cooling drinks, are found to be effective as a cooling drinks for fevers. Coming to burning sensation in fever. For burning sensation in fever, there is famous Mushtiyog Chikitsha that 25 gram dhanyak should be smashed, that is coriandrum sativum. It should be smashed and put in 125 ml of water overnight, and filtered water of this with little sugar to be taken to alleviate a severe heartburn. And studies found that it is beneficial effect in bed sore, seasonal fever, nausea, vomiting, stomach disorder, etc. Coming to headache in fever. For headache in fever, there is very famous Mushtiyog Chikitsha in Bengal, Muchkund, that is Pterospermum acerifolium. The flowers of this plant should be thrashed with water and should be applied over the temporal region. The supportive studies, we found that experimental studies in petroleum ether extract of the plant shows anti-inflammatory activity, which has been reported. Coming to emesis in fever. For emesis in fever, famous and commonly used treatment module is 25 gram Kshet papra, that is Fumaria parviflora, Parpataka, known in Sanskrit, to be boiled with 500 ml water and reduced to 125 ml, and repeated intake of this filtered water can alleviate nausea and vomiting in fever. A study has been conducted to provide the pharmacological basis of medicinal use of Fumaria parviflora in gut motility disorders. In quarantine fever, there is very famous remedies used, very commonly used. Gruel prepared from the 1000 leaves of changeri leaves and 2 times of rice is given in quarantine fever. An analgesic and antipyretic activity of ethanolic extract of this changeri, that is oxalis corniculata, has been reported. For diarrhea, we found that Musta Cyperus rotundus, 20 pieces of Cyperus rotundus should be boiled with goat's milk and water up to 8 times and reduced to 1/4. And this is indicated in Amatishar along with pain in abdomen. We found that studies has been reported the decoction of Cyperus rotundus does not mark antimicrobial activity, exert the antidiarrheal action by mechanism other than the direct killing of pathogen. Next, for dysentery, the common remedies for dysentery very commonly used the tender leaves of babul, that is Acacia nilotica, 6 gram to be made into paste with water and given with rice water. Studies showed that Acacia nilotica leaves was proved to have potent activities against Entamoeba histolytica trophozoites in vitro studies. For amoebasis, commonly practiced yoga is paste of guava leaves, that is Psyllium guajava. Guava leaves 6 gram is given with water. Study indicate that efficacy of leaf extract is dose dependent and lower worm counts after treatment period as recorded in the study may be owing to loss of worm and process of destrobulation. That indicates that is also support that guava leaves are having effect in amoebasis. Next, in jaundice, for jaundice, 1.5 gram Rakhal Shasha root. Rakhal Shasha is Bengali name and its botanical name is Citrulus colocynthis, and it is known as Indravaruni in Sanskrit and in Ayurveda also. And root of Indravaruni powder 1.5 gram is given with patola juice. Patola is Trichoxanthus cucumarina. In Pandu and Kamala, that is commonly practiced. And study found that fruit possess significant hepatoprotective and antioxidant activity. For tuberculosis, one famous remedy is there. New leaves of tinduk, that is Diospyros malabarica, to be fried with ghee, and 1.5 gram powder of fried leaves with honey and powder of pipali is given in tuberculosis. Study has reported that beta-sitosterol, betulin, oleanolic acid, and myricil alcohol, new lupin type triterpenes and perigenol from the leaves against the tubercular gland has been found to be effective. And for cough, a very famous remedy is 6 gram powder of kantakari, that is Solanum nigrum, and pipali, Piper longum, with honey gives relief from any type of cough. And we found that study in reported study, active petroleum ether extract showed presence of antihistaminic compound beta-sitosterol, which is responsible to reduce the cough. For alcoholic syndrome, there is a famous remedy used in Bengal, Mustijuk Chikitsha. Equally mixed Yashtimadu, that is Glycerigia glabra, Morich, that is Piper nigrum, powder is to be soaked in tintiri water. Tintiri is Tamarindus indica. We have shown in the picture, and first it should be and water should be added and for 7 times and to be pulverized after drying. And 750 milligram of powder is indicated for licking in the with honey in alcoholic syndrome. There is no studies we have found on this supportive of these formulations in alcoholic syndrome. Coming to epilepsy, for epilepsy, there is commonly practiced formulation is 7 pieces of haritaki, that is Terminalia chibula fruit should be boiled in 500 ml cow's urine, and 1 haritaki every day with honey is indicated in epilepsy aposmar condition. And we found that study reported anticonvulsant activity of ethanolic extract of fruits of Terminalia chibula on experimental animals. For arthritis, common remedy used 10 to 12 pieces leaves of dusparsha, that is Tragia involucrata, fried in ghee are given daily in Ambad. And juice of shigru and little hingu are to be smashed. Shigru is Moringa oleifera, and hingu that is are to be smashed together and made into a hot paste, and this hot paste is applied on the cloth and applied over the swelled area and painful joint for immediate relief. For dysuria, we found that very common medicinal plants, that is Haritha Manjuri, Acalepha indica. The application of paste made from leaves of Harith Manjuri, Acalepha indica, over lower abdomen can also be prescribed in Mutraghat. And significant, we found that study has reported that significant decrease in membrane-bound enzymes such as calcium ATPase, magnesium ATPase, and sodium potassium ATPase, and marker enzyme aspartate transaminase AST and ALT, and also acid phosphatase, alkaline phosphatase in liver and kidney are reduced by these plants. And Acalypha indica can play an important role in prevention of disorder associated with kidney stone formation. That indicates the use of this medicinal plants in the Mutraghat and especially in this area. For renal stone, very common medicinal plant, that is Plectranthus ambonicus, that is commonly known as Parnayavani. 25-gram juice of this plant is given daily intake for daily intake to remove the stone. And soft root of puga, that is Erica catechu tree, is smashed and applied over the lower abdomen. That is also commonly practiced as Mustage of Chikitsa Bengal. And for diabetes, one different types of formulations they are commonly practiced, like leaves of japa, that is Hibiscus rosa sinensis, 25 gram are to be smashed with 60 gram water until it becomes slippery. And this is given for drinking added with sugar in any type of prameha or diabetes. And decoction of pug and babul, that is Acacia nilotica, are added with little honey and is given in a madhumaya condition. This fraction of java and leaves may contain the potential oral hypoglycemic agent. That is, a study has been reported as a supportive of japa leaves, hibiscus leaves in diabetes. Next, for diabetic sore, smashed leaves of verenda. Verenda is commonly known, botanically identified as a Jatropha quercus. Without any water should be applied over abscess and tied with cloth. Local application of paste of sigru, Moringa oleifera root over new abscess are also used for the treatment of diabetic sore. The study shows that extract ointment of Jatropha quercus demonstrates wound healing potential in both excision and incision model. That supports the use of these medicinal plants for diabetic sore in by the traditional practitioners. For obesity, there is a very famous remedy, dry radish powder, that is Rafnas sativus, with triphala and honey is taken to reduce the excessive fat in the body. And fruit bark of mango smashed with shankhavasma is applied over the body. That is especially to reduce the foul smell in obesity condition. And radish study has found that radish has been reported to be effective for treating hyperlipidemia by decreasing the blood sugar level. For liver disorders, 10 to 15 drops of milky juice of Aranda carcati, that is Carica papaya, with little sugar is given in daily morning in hepatosplenomegaly. 3 gram powder made from root of lemon tree with little cow's urine is given for the same. A study indicate that aqueous extract of Carica papaya may be useful in preventing carbon tetrachloride and ACM induced liver toxicity. For filariasis, very famous remedy is decoction of guruchi along with 6 ml decoction of honey is given in daily. And root bark of shigru, that is Moringa oleifera, and shwet sharshap is also smashed together and applied locally for the treatment of filariasis. For piles and fistula, paste of tender leaves of neem is to be applied with ghee to reduce the pain and swelling in the piles and fistula condition. And root of danti, that is Valiosperma montanum, and rhizome of haridra, Curcuma longa, are smashing together and is applied in fistula. For vitiligo, apamarga, that is Acaranthus aspera seeds, and root of salmoli, that is Bombex malabarica, are smashing together with cow's urine and applied locally. And paste made from equal quantity of seed of gunja, that is Abras picatorius, and root of chitrak, Plumbago zelenica, is applied locally for treatment of vitiligo. For urticaria, 60 gram chitrak and hilmochica powder is also used for urticaria. And leaves of kiratikta are keeping in 125 ml of water overnight, and water is given in next day morning for treatment of urticaria. For Liparia, tonduliac juice 24 ml with honey is indicated in Pradar Rog, and 5 pieces of java flour to be boiled with 500 ml of milk and given for drinking. That is the picture of Amaranthus bletum that is known as tonduliac in Ayurveda. Coming to conclusion, the huge and great contribution of different school of Bengal Ayurveda is now an abundant part, and restoration and modernization of this wisdom must be done with the help of advanced technology. Knowledge can only be restored with clinical and its rational application. Hence, exploration of such different unique treatment modalities are essential so that those can be practiced widely and revived in the true sense can be possible. And this is the process that listens the pulse of our past. And this can be constitute our most precious national heritage as a rare piece of recorded knowledge in the sense of literary, linguistic, artistic, and cultural heritage. And I am very much grateful to the organizing committee. And once again, I want to express my gratitude to Dr. Rajan sir and all the organizing committee for giving me opportunity for sharing this platform. Also, I express my gratitude to Vaidya Asit Kumar Paja, who is the next speaker after me, and for his guidance and supervision and for his blessing. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir, for the highly reflective session. Thank you so much. The upcoming session is on management protocol of snakebite practiced by traditional healers of Bengal. This session will be delivered by Dr. Asit Kumar Panja. Asit Kumar, sir, a PhD holder in Samhita and Basic Principles, has also earned a diploma in Yoga and Naturopathy with a gold medal. Sir is an associate professor, Department of Basic Principles, National Institute of Ayurveda, Jaipur, and is also in charge of Ayurveda Manuscript Department at NIA. Sir is a coordinator of Revitalization Folklore and Local Health Tradition, NIA. Sir had the privilege of serving as a consultant for 1 year at the WHO headquarters. Our speaker is an outstanding Ayurveda consultant with glorious 21 years of clinical experience, 19 years of research experience, and 13 years of postgraduate teaching experience. Sir has won 5 awards, which include Young Scientist Award of 2017 by CCRAS Ayush, Government of India, and Excellency Award, Talent and Specialty category, Jaipur Kalibari Society 2018. His writings have found a place in various journals and books. We extend an honorable welcome to you, sir. You may now start your session.
Hari Om. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you're audible. You can share your screen also. Yes, sir. Please continue, sir.
Now it is okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Okay, please continue, sir.
First of all, I bow down to the lotus feet of Lord Dhanantari. And then I would like to pranam P. Krishna Kumarji. Then all the Aranyak committee, means that is very, very good name. Not Gramgam, it is Aranyakam. And all the Ashtanga organizing committee, then especially Ajayan sir. Dr. Vidhan has already spoke about some aspects of Bengal. One most important point is Bengal has the heritage of more than 1300 years of excellence practice and clinical aptitude. It is very important point that almost all the commentary on Charak Samhita have been written by the scholars of Bengal. That reflected the practices, clinical practices over there. Now, in this current presentation, I would like to share some aspects of folklore practices in snake bites across the Bengal. So it will include the background, then prevalence of snake bite in zone wise, then commonly snake bites pattern, then some kind of percentage of snake bite attended by the traditional healers. for last 25 years, all the healers are facing some kind of legal problem. They are being threatened by government authority, sometimes by the police, that you are doing malpractices. So the prevalency of attending the snake bite person are gradually going down. Then various approaches of traditional healers in the snake bite, then major steps adopted by the traditional healers in a snake bite conditions. Then we will discuss about some kind of non-pharmacological therapy, some pharmacological therapy, then some mineral aids, then plants. So that would be the outline. Next, in the background, the snake bite is West Bengal is one of the high snake bite prevalence states. It comes in the number 5 after Andhra Pradesh, Kerala, Tamil Nadu, and Maharashtra. And rural Bengal showed an average of 60 per 1 lakh population, 60 snake bite per 1 lakh population in rural Bengal. And snake bite death, it is a very good and very astronomically, very much important data that snake bite deaths are much higher than malaria death in West Bengal. In 2007, data shows that 340 deaths in snake bite and 96 deaths in malaria. In total, annual incidence of snake bite of 0.016% and a mortality rate of 0.016% here in South Bengal. So in North Bengal, the incident is more and South Bengal incident is less. And one hospital data, actually whatever data we have collected, that is reported from the hospital. So the bite to the hospital time was found to be 120 plus minus 6.5 minutes. It's research shows. And the bite to anti-snake venom injection is 270 minutes plus minus 3.5 minutes. So what I want to show in this with this graphics is the reaction time by the folklore practitioners is this much only, because traditional healer, then they approach to the hospitals. So traditional healer used to get 150 minutes because they used to approach 120 minutes and they have to refer if it is not cured or not treated properly within 270 minutes. So in this current analysis, I have divided the entire Bengal into zone. Though there is two zones, one is North Bengal and South Bengal, but in South Bengal, 3 different districts, some blocks of the 3 different districts are considered as Jungle Mahal, where this forest area is more and the snake bite is more prevalent. That is why the North Bengal, South Bengal, and Jungle Mahal, these are the 3 divisions we have divided for this current survey. It is a survey study. And common snake bite pattern in Bengal, if you see the North Bengal, the most commonest pattern is the cobra bite, then comes the viper bite and the crate. I am not going to detail the data. Already we have the data. And in South Bengal, mixed varieties of snake bites are found. And in Jungle Mahal, viper, cobra, and crates are found. Viper is more prevalent in Jungle Mahal, and in North Bengal, cobra is more prevalent. The bites of cobra are more prevalent there. Next, some facts. In North Bengal, in 2020, there are 42 subcenters in North 41, and approach to the Guni, Roja, and Gunin are 17, and rest approach to the hospital. So in the North Bengal, it is found that about 1/3 of the persons snake bitten person are coming to the Gunis, means traditional healers. And in South Bengal, a rural data shows that 65.47% of the traditional healers are of the snake bitten person used to approach. Yes.
Sir, sir,
Yes,
I think
yes.
the range is going down. So can you switch off the video and just by audio we can go? Then it will be more clear. It is getting slow. Okay.
Okay. Now it is okay.
Yes, 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 yes. Please continue, sir.
Okay. Okay. So 60% of the snake bitten person used to approach to the traditional healers, and only 8.46% went to hospital. And whatever data we got, that is from the hospital data, most of the data. Now, in this survey, we have conducted one survey in 4 years. And in the 4 years time period, we have conducted the survey. In North Bengal, we found the 4 traditions and 16 different types of healers. Among the 4-5 healers, we have contacted just 2 months back, 1 month back. And in South Bengal, we found 2 traditions and 6 different healers. And in Jungle Mahal, 3 traditions and 10 healers. These are the survey source material. Then what was the objectives of the survey? First, our aim were segmentation and segregation according to the clinical practices. Then, actually in the snake bite treatment approach, different types
Sir, looks like
schools. That is why I told there 2 different traditions, 3, 4, 6 traditions. So segmentation and segregation according to the clinical practices. Then next step was
sir, your sound is breaking, sir.
okay. I am connecting from another net connections. Hello? Hello?
Sir.
Sir, audible?
Sir, a little breaking. Your sound is breaking. I think range is getting less there.
Range is okay.
You please continue, sir. You please continue.
Okay. So next step was scientific analysis as per the current knowledge. What Vidhan told. Then to evaluate the use formula as per the classical text. We have tried to identify their formula as per the wisdom of the classical text. Then clinical trial of their formula if needed. We have conducted little bit of clinical trial now, and to carry out some laboratory experiment if needed. So that was our aim. Then this was the survey pro forma. We have conducted how many years you are practicing and how much patient you used to see. So we have taken in this total survey, we have taken the persons who is practicing more than 10 years or in the second generation, if it is less than 10 years. Then how do you approach to the treatment? Then what kind of any complication, how you are going to tackle all these things. So there are certain kind of pro forma we have designed and we have conducted this survey. These are some inputs collected inputs of they're in their own handwriting. Then methodology adopted in the
I think there is a small issue here. Dr. Asit sir I think he has lost his range with mobile, with his phone. We'll wait for 2 minutes, or else we'll start with the next session. Please wait for 2. We'll just see if something can be done. Just wait for 2 minutes. Madam Beatrice, are
Hello,
you?
I am audible.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So again, okay. So should I share again once again? No.
Yes, yes. You have to share it again, sir.
Okay, now it is okay.
No, the screen has not yet came.
I have already shared the screen.
Just wait, sir. It will come in.
Welcome, sir. Welcome.
Now is it okay?
No, no, it has not yet came, sir.
Okay. So I have shared the PPT to you. So can you share from there?
Yeah, yeah, we'll try, sir. Yeah. Sir, you stop the screen share, sir.
Okay, okay.
Okay.
Stop. You have to stop now.
You please switch off the your screen share. Okay.
Now, sir, coming. Stop my sharing. I have already stopped.
What was the number of the slide, sir?
Okay.
Sir, what was the number of your slide? Where were you? So you can see. Asit sir. Asit sir.
Am I audible?
Yeah, can you hear us?
Pardon?
You can hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, you can see the slide.
It is not visible, no?
Okay. Then a little bit. Can you see, please check. Sir, we can see but the other phone. You are not seeing this. आप नहीं देख रहा है. आपकी कंप्यूटर में नहीं देख पा रहा हूँ. यहाँ पे ये शेयर हो रहा है. Start it. Sir, Asit sir. Dr. Asit, you can hear us?
Yeah.
सर आप स्क्रीन देख रहे हैं सर? You can see the screen? Hello sir, you can hear me sir?
Yes, we can
Okay.
hear.
Okay, you can see the screen now?
Yeah, exactly, we can see.
Okay. What was the number of your slide? Which page? Here, you are here, sir. Objectives of survey. Sir? Asit sir?
Yeah, the screen is seen.
Okay, please continue, sir.
So, sir, I think sir has lost the. Meera?
Sir.
Meera, just ഒരു മെസ്സേജ് കൊടുക്കൂ. ബിയാട്രിസ് മാഡം അവർ റെഡി ആണോ എന്ന് നോക്കൂ.
Okay, sir. Sorry for the inconvenience. Hope we can get back to the session soon. In the meantime, let's move on to the next session on French floral observations, which will be presented by Dr. Beatrice Despak. Beatrice ma'am did her BAMS from Gujarat Ayurveda University, Jamnagar, Gujarat. She also holds a degree in both botany and natural products from France. An enthusiastic welcome is accorded to you, ma'am. Ma'am,
Thank you.
you may start now.
Yeah, let me share my screen. You're hearing me properly?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
Yes, ma'am.
good. So I'm also not able to share the screen actually. So I think you have the presentation as well. I sent this morning a link. Can you share it, please? Because I'm not able to see anything from here. Why am not?
Ma'am, can you try it again?
Yeah, but maybe I have to disconnect for that. So I'll try to disconnect and reconnect the computer then.
Okay, ma'am. Okay.
This is the only way, I think, unfortunately. Though I'm trying. Okay, I'm just coming back.
Hello, ma'am, Beatrice.
Yeah, sorry. I'm trying to share my screen actually, but it doesn't work. So I don't know why.
then better is Joel can present. Then after it, we can come to Madam.
Yeah, it's impossible to share the screen actually. So
Hello, ma'am. Can you
yeah,
share the PPT once more to the mail account we gave in the
yeah,
group?
sure.
Okay, ma'am.
Do you have it?
Ma'am, in which mail ID did you send that PPT?
Dr. Rajayan,
Okay, okay, ma'am. Okay.
SKVM.
Okay.
It's shared on the Google Drive.
Okay. Ma'am, I'll share a new mail ID in the chat box so that you can send it to that mail ID. Okay.
Yeah, definitely.
Ma'am, did you receive the mail ID?
Yes, I do.
Okay, ma'am. Hello, ma'am. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
We'll start the screen sharing right now. So to move the slide, just say move or something like that. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Just a moment.
You can see, ma'am?
No, yeah, now it is there.
Okay.
So I hope everyone can see. So good evening to everyone. So first of all, yeah, just the first slide, I think, to begin. Yeah, thank you. So first of all, I would like to express my thankfulness and gratefulness for being part of this program and sharing with you a little piece of the French flora and the observation I could make on this area. So it's not going to be the whole French flora. France is a huge country. So, but it's going to be the northern part of the country. Please, next slide. So in France, actually, you have, yeah, thanks. You have a lot of diversity of landscape. as you can see on those two maps, you have a part which is the western part, northern and western part. There will be more meadows with a lot of grass and trees, but not that many forests. And then we will have mountains area. So the Alps, for example, are on the really right border, southern border. So it's on the eastern southern part of the country. So it has a completely typical form of landscape. On the second map on the right, you can see actually the forest rate. So it's a bit old because it's from 2014. But you can assess easily that where the mountains are going to be, the rate of the forest is more than 45%. That doesn't mean that we don't have forest everywhere. Actually, France is a very, very green country. Please, next slide. So as a result, we have also a diversity of climates, of course, because we have a huge border with the ocean. All the west part of France, you can see actually from the north to the south at the border with Spain, is going to be bordered with the ocean. So we have, as a result, we have, are you going a bit too fast? Previous one. Yeah, that's it. Thank you. So as a result, you will have different climates. And the main climates we're going to look at today actually is the oceanic one, which is in the border in the northern part of the country, northern western part. And all that border actually from the north to the south will have that climate. So it will have a huge influence from the oceanic ocean and from all the currents actually coming from this ocean. And as a result, you will have a biodiversity that will grow according to that. And you can assess actually that this is very different if you go near to the Mediterranean Sea. Here you have Mediterranean climate, and mainly that will be more looking like Bangladesh with all the features. And then again, it will become different in that map on the right with the brown areas, which are the mountains. Next slide, please. So I'm going to show you today actually the low Normandy part, which is, as I said, in the northwestern part of the country. So you could see I just put it with that round on the left side. So the first thing I want to mention is the coastal area. For the whole Normandy, you have 850 kilometers for the whole district, just of coastal area, which is a lot, in fact. And this part of the country is a little bit protected because you have UK just above, and then you have a small peak on the western part, which is called the Cotentin, which is protecting also all the area of Normandy. So the part of the lower Normandy I want to show in this observation is really the eastern part, actually. So you can assess on that small map of the district of the underground springs and water. So there is a very high density of water, underground water. We have a lot of springs and a lot of rivers, big and small. You have the Seine River actually in the complete eastern part of that district, which is coming to the sea. And on the other part, you have a lot of springs and rivers. Please, next slide. The climatic conditions and the rainfall are very important in that area. So This is to show you the average temperature, because we are trying to look at it in an Ayurvedic way. So we have to take that into account as well. So the number of cold days in the last 10 years, we have 30 to 45 days of cold, which means average 20 degree, which is quite cold. So out of a year, this is almost nothing. And the average of temperature here is 10 degrees, 15 degrees. Somehow it's not going that much below. So the cold is not that much there compared to the rest of the country. Now the number of days of rainfall. You have almost half of the year, and you can see on the darker spots actually that it's almost half of the year. So it's a marshy land. It's a very much marshy land. Please, next slide. Next one. Yeah. No, just previous, please. Thank you. So according to classics, actually, and according to those features, if we look in Sushruta Samhita, we can find out, I pictured in small at the bottom the soil we have here around. So the bhumi is ruksha on the coastal area, and this is due to a lot of vayu actually coming from the ocean. But when you go a little bit inside the land where I'm staying, then it becomes ati snigdha, very, very much snigdha. And these days, actually, we had 15 days water continuously, rain continuously, and it's even slippery, I would say. It's very, very moist and very unctuous. So Shita Pradhan, I would say it's more cold than India, for example, but it's not that much cold as well. But one thing is sure, it's a Jala Pradhan Desh. That is very clear. And most of the trees here will have white or whitish flowers coming from the apple trees, from the pear trees, or the other trees I'm going to show. They have a lot of white flowers. They have very dark barks. And the color of the soil depends actually where you are. The thing is, mainly it's clay. And on the underground, when you go on the little bit hilly areas, then you will find this lime under it. So it's lime with clay. And the clay actually is not stira. So it becomes stira when it's not raining that much. And it's very heavy with very big trees, because we have oaks here and other big trees. So I think it's a Partiv Jal Pradhan Bhumi. Vayu is there, but it's not predominant, especially inside actually the land. So you can see the differences actually in the district on the left side from a map, and you can assess. So I'm staying on the eastern part, and this is a humid actually part. It's called Pays d'Auge, and it's between very, very wet and just wet, actually, because we are in between two rivers. That is the reason why. So we have a lot of swamp area as well. Next slide, please. So these are the different landscapes actually you can find around here. So first you have the meadow. The meadow is predominant in Low Normandy. You can access that on the lower photograph, but it's not just a meadow, it's meadow with edges. We have wild hedges and we have lots of biodiversity in those hedges, like we'll see after. So we have swamps area, as you can access also on the right side, on the upper picture. We have forest as well, and we have cliffs. The one you can access is on the beach, actually. It's a very famous cliff. It's totally in clay. It's protected because it's very, very old. It's a very old area. You can find a lot of, how you call that in English, fossil from the previous actually eras. And also because it's not stira actually, it's falling apart due to the sea and the wind. So next slide, please. The first plant I would like to mention from the observation is the wild rose. I think most of the European people will know this one. So you can see the flower on the picture on the left side. It's a plant which is mentioned in very old texts. So Pliny the Old is a Latin author, and he actually mentioned that plant, especially the root, was supposed to cure the rabies. So if you see the name in Latin, which is Rosa canina, canina is the mentioning the dog in Latin. So this is the reason why. This is the story of the plant. So whether it's curing the rabies or not, this is not told, but this is found in that very old textbook. So it's the family of Rosaceae. It's a small tree. It's not very big. What we have here is 2-3 meters high, not more than that. The leaves are compound with foliole, and they are elliptical, and they have small teeth that you cannot see that much in the picture, I think. So we have different parts we are using. First is the flowers, very delicate flowers, and the fruits. So the fruits you can see there, it's very famous. I'm not sure there is an equivalent actually in English. Traditionally, we harvest those fruits nowadays. So that picture on the right side is taken yesterday actually from the wild area. So after the frost, we collect the fruits, and either we eat it as it is, or we make jam out of it. It's so I try to recollect with the ancient uses and some assessment as well, the rasa panchak of this plant. So the flowers will be mainly madur, and with the vipak madur most probably. The guna will be snigdha, and the karma will be bruhan. Actually, anuloman, most probably it's vat pittagna, and the indication are fokshaya actually, and ashmarigna also. This is what is mentioned in the very old textbooks. So nowadays, what the people have a tendency to do is just to pick up the fruits and eat it. In the northern European country, they make a soup out of it in the winter, and it's really jivanya. So the fruit will be different actually. They are very kashaya amla, and they have in the middle lots of seeds that we have to remove, because if you don't remove them, it's going to be itching. With the seeds, you can make oil also. So the fruits. So the rasa is most probably kashaya amla, as per my taste. The vipak is amla. The guna is lagu, grahi. The karma, grahi, jivanya, vat, pittagna, most probably. And the indication is really atisar, krumigna. And the virya is most probably ushna, but not very much ushna. This is not shita, as per my observations. Next slide. Yeah. This is a common small tree, I would say, from the wild edges. I was talking about the wild edges in between the meadows just before. So this is one of the tree you can find. It's called hawthorn in English. Not sure everyone will know this. So it's a Crataegus livigata. It's from the Rosaceae family as well. So it's very common here. Every here, every now and then you can find it. You just go outside, it is there. So I cannot show you nowadays because we have deciduous trees, so you won't see any leaves or anything, and we are in winter. So it's a small tree with spine. It's common from the hedges, as I said. The leaves are simple with lobels, and they are dentate. I think there is a picture on the next slide of this. The flowers are white. It's a very light white. Sometimes they are pinkish, but it's not very often. And they are in form of corymb. And the fruits are red grapes. And they are very, very astringent fruits. So the flowers, most probably, and as per what I found, they are madur, maybe a little bit amla. The guna are sharp, so tikshna and lagu. And the karma is rudya. Actually, this plant is specific for the heart. It's very famous here for the heart. We have a very long tradition of fand here in France. So, and this plant is really regulating actually the heart rate. It's famous for that. So most probably it is Vata Kapha. It's Pittakar. It's also Nidrakar. And the Virya is Ushna. The indication are also for Shweta Pradar and Vatarakta for the flowers only. Next slide, please. So the fruits, you can see the fruits here. So the flowers we have around April, May, and the fruits we will have in September, roundabout. It depends from one year to another. So the fruits are very kashaya, they are guru. And they are anushna ashita, I found. So the karma will be for swar, Vata Pittagna, it's Bruhan and it's Grahi as well. It's good for Swara Beda, we use it for that. And we prepare it as a fant as well. Or we can make some, we can cook it with the apples. It's another possibility. Or we can eat it also as well. You have a small kernel inside. It helps in a tisar, it's a Bruhan, and it can help also in Grahani. Next slide. The next one is very famous. Again, most of the European people will know this one. It's a black elder. It's very, very common in all Europe. It's from the hedge also. So outside, again, you can find it everywhere, especially in Normandy. We have a lot of use of these flowers, actually. So it's a shrub. It's Sambucus nigra, Adoxaceae family. The shrub is growing in cool and moist environment. It can reach 6 meters high, and the branches in the trunk becomes really like the trees. This is one of the main characteristics because we have another variety which is very similar, and this is a way to differentiate both of them. The second one is a shrub. So the bark is grayish, it's cracked with large compound leaves. So you have 5 or 7 oval leaflets, and they are opposite in phyllotaxy, as you can see on that upper picture. They are lanceolated and serrated with small dented. I'm not sure it can be seen on those pictures. So the inflorescence is in corymbos, and the flowers are very, very fragrant. Actually, you can smell from 1 or 2 meters distance very easily, even when it rains still. The flowers are white, as you can see, a little bit yellowish. And it has fruits, which are blackberries and they are full of dark juice when they are ripened. So we use the flowers, the fruits, the leaves, and the bark. The bark was used in the old days. It's no more used nowadays, even in the countryside. You can find a description of the flowers actually from Egypt also. It's the Svedakar. So the rasa panchak from the flowers, madur, the vipak is madur, the guna are tikshna lagu, most probably. The karmas, vivanupak, it's a jwaragna, mutrala, and anulom. So the fruits, the rasa is madur, amla. The vipak is madur. The fruits actually are less used than the flowers. The flowers are really used in case of jwara, actually. We prepare a font out of it. We dry the flowers and we just prepare that font. We can cook them as well. We fry them. We make syrup out of it in the spring. In France, we have that specificity that you don't go and get the plants from outside. If you want to have the plants from the wild, you have to go and collect it yourself. So everyone is almost doing that in the countryside and having that at home. So the berries are more used actually as a syrup, but they are virechak actually. They are snigdha lagu. They have very much colored inside, and birds are eating them very quickly. So the main indication from the berries is virechan, but some more study should be there actually to assess exactly what is the action. So I tried, but I didn't find that it was that much purgative. The bark of the tree is also known as a purgative, the sar inside the bark. So the leaves are also used. They are also Svedanopak, Virechak, and they can be used actually for Arsha and Daha, but externally. So they are Madur, and they have a Madur Vipak as well. The guna is Snigdha, and the Virya most probably is Shita. They also help in the case of, we have some Ortica dioica, which is provoking slight irritation on the skin actually when you touch it. And those leaves are very helpful to relieve this itching and a little pain from the Ortica dioica we are getting. Next slide, please. The next one is also very common. So most probably it is there in Europe. I'm not 100% sure. For sure it is there everywhere in France. Yeah, thank you. It's the burdock. So you can assess actually, this is a plant that you can find almost everywhere in the border of the roads. It's a little bit like in Kerala, when you go outside, you can find all the plants almost. Here it's the same, but the plants will be different. So it's Aticum lapa, it's an Asteraceae. So it's a huge bienal herbaceous plant, and it can grow 1.5 meters high, even sometimes more, I saw here in the countryside. There is a long tap root of this plant, and the leaves at the beginning, because on this one you can see it's too big, it's heart shape, especially when they grow small. They are alternates, they are very green and hairy, and they are grayish actually, grayish whitish below, and they are very green on the bottom. So the flowers are corymb, and they have large head with hook. Next slide, please.
Ma'am,
Yeah?
Can you please make it a little fast? We are exceeding our time.
Yeah, definitely.
Please.
So here you can see actually, okay. So the next one is the horsetail. It's Equus mavens. It's a small plant actually used mainly for asti, I would say. This is how we use it, and it's a diuretic. It's a vranaropan also. You can use it for arsha. It's a very kashaya actually plant, and it's a raktastamban, very interesting, and it grows on the marshy lands as well. Next one. This one is also very common. It's a ground ivy. So we have ivy that is growing on the trees, and this one is growing on the ground. So this one is very specific. It grows in winter also, and it's very ruksha plant, katu and ruksha. It has a taste which is a little bit similar with tulsi, I found, but it's more ruksha. And this is very helpful actually for kas, shwas, tamak shwas, and vranaropan also, and it's a very good rasayan. The flowers are violet. You cannot see them because it's not the season. Next one. This is another very common flower. It's Aschel's herb. So it's an herb you can find everywhere. You can see the leaves here, which are dentate, and the flowers are very white. So we use both flowers and leaves. So it's a raktastamban actually plant, and it's tikta kashaya actually in taste. So raktastamban will be more used from the leaves, and the flowers will be more used as a bitter tonic. And we can collect the flowers in summer, in mid-June roundabout. Next slide. This is a common tree from the forest. Yeah, okay. That was the difference between two actually plants from Salvia, actually family. So you have the Salvia officinalis on the left side and the Pratensis salvia from the wild and from the meadow on the right side. So it's a typical plant from the Mediterranean area, which grows everywhere in France. It's very interesting because it is said that the one who's having salvia in the garden will never get sick or have anything. It has a lot of properties. It's a very interesting plant, actually. It's a good amapachan, for example. And we are burning it in our homes as well, so to cleanse the environment. Next one. This is a commentary from the forest. I think everyone knows the oaks, Quercus robur from the Fragaceae family. It's a deciduous tree, so it's very common here from the forest. It's very important because in that area of France, actually, the Celtic culture was there before the Roman Empire even. And this tree was a symbol of wisdom. So the trees were revered, and they were doing a lot of ceremonies around those trees. So the bark was used at that time, and it's not that much in use nowadays unless you go and you collect it yourself, I would say. Yeah, and you can find the acorn as well. So the acorn can be eaten. It's a very brujan, actually, fruit. But for that, you have to boil it and open it. And this is the typical leaf of the, actually, cassis. And the last plant I wanted to show is the common plant from the coastal area, from that very protected area I talked at the beginning. It's a sea buckthorn. So this one is a very a little shrub, I would say, and the leaves are very small and grayish. And the fruit is interesting. It's very, very interesting because it's very amla and very jivanya, I would say. There is no other word. We use it for that. So you can use it as a juice. And you can make jams out of it. This is what we are doing here. Or you can mix it with apples one more time. So it's a pushtagna, it's a vrana rupan, it's good for twak vikar, and it's a very good rasayan. Next one, you can see the fruits. Yeah, this is the fruits actually. This is how it looks like. It's very difficult to collect. And next one. Yeah. This is the variety of orchids you can find in the meadows here very commonly everywhere you go. And a huge thank you from the whole biodiversity from that area, which is protected mainly. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for augmenting our knowledge on French flora. Thank you, ma'am. Due to some network issues, we had to stop session 5 halfway. We are happy to inform you that the problem has been resolved and the session will be resumed. I once again welcome Dr. Asit Kumar sir to continue his session on management protocol of snake bite practiced by traditional healers of Bengal. Over to you, sir.
Okay, now am I audible?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Now is slide showing?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so now let's come to the analysis part. If we see the racial prevalence of the healers, we find that there are different kinds of sect and racial people who are using this traditional knowledge for the traditions. And in the North Bengal, they are Rajbangshi, Mecho, Orano, and in the South Bengal, that Vaidya, Gunin, and mixed type of traditional healers are also there. In Jungle Mahal, we will find Bhumija, Maji, Bagdi, and the Vede. These are the actual racial different race who are doing this practice. Now come to the next point, the major steps they used by the traditional healers. In the Jungle Mahal, initially they used to diagnose through the fang marks. Then they start the differentiation of the fang marks. Like if it is cobra, what will be the fang marks? If it is viper, that erotic lesions will be there, along with ecchymosis will be there. And if it is crate, then longitudinal 2 fang marks will be there. So they followed certain methodology. Not they are doing that, they are practicing as per the traditional way without knowing the things. And then their treatment start with this treatment. In the Jungle Mahal, they starts with first bandhana, then mantra. Mantra varies from different tradition to traditions. And then they used to assess the intermediate fatal assessment. Intermediately, they used to give some medicines. If that test bitter, the medicine is Sesam Palus Pereira, that is Patha. If it tastes bitter, then they consider it as not serious conditions, mean it is not so serious. If it is not bitter by taste, then it is considered as serious. Means they used to give the root of Sesam Palus Pereira. Okay, next 3 points. First, we consider the first 3 points, how they approach, then what is their identification of the marks. Third one is what they adopted as a treatment module. In fourth, what medicine they used to prescribe. That is in the Jungle Mahal, most common used plant is root of Sesam Palus and the Chiri. Then normally after that they used to give some Balamul and Hibiscus rosa sinensis in the Brahmatalu. If it is Bisa way is more than 4 or 5, according to them, if there is any loose motions or abdomen pain, then they start giving these Hibiscus rosa sinensis, saving over the Brahmatalu and paste over that. That is the medicines. Then they used to manage 4 different kind of complications like frothing from the mouth, then headache, then swelling in the leg, then in hematuria. In frothing from the mouth, they used to give that same plant and paste it and put it under the tongue. Then in headache, they use normally tamarindus water, that is tintidic quath, maybe you can say. And swelling in leg, they apply cow dung initially. After that, umber bell, that I will show you. Then paste the another some ushiramul, like that. Then in Himachuria, they use durva. You know durva, Synodonton dactyl and these plus usira. Then in the viper bite, in long treatment, in the viper bite, they used to give CP, that is Pata, for 250 milligram with Gogrita BD for 10 days. That is the major protocol adopted by the Jungle Mahal traditional healers. Next, the North Bengal, they also used to diagnose with fang marks. Then differentiation marks, they consider on the basis of swelling and bleeding. And in the whereas the Jungle Mahal, their identification marks was differentiated according to the fang marks only. And here in the North Bengal, their module are sequentially different. In the Jungle Mahal, it was first bandhana, then mantra. Here first they start with mantra, which varies in the different editions, then bandhana, and sometimes they used to give the bandhana, that is Arishta bandhana. We will discuss in later slide. I am going fast because I am taking the time of others people. So then not with mantra, then intermediate fatal sign, there is no intermediate fatal assessment, whether the case is going to fatal or not, there is no kind of assessment. Next, medicines, usually they will give Ishwarmul, that I will show the plants and along with the parts of use. Then if there is frothing of mouth, they adopted some kind of this protocol. What I would like to say, that each and every aspects of their treatment, they used to follow certain kind of methodology, which is a standard methodology, and they adopt the plants which are available in their vicinity. Though it differ from the North Bengal or South Bengal or Jungle Mahal, they used a different type of therapy. So in headache, previously in the Jungle Mahal they used Tintilika Kasayam. Here they used Bilbamula Paniya and Grita. Due to the climatic variation in the different parts, like in the North Bengal and Jungle Mahal is a dry area, or maybe the humidity is less, but in North Bengal the temperature is cool. So that is why the difference is found. And according to the features, they used to give long treatment. So this is the protocol what we have designed, and according to this protocol, we have taken their survey. So in the South Bengal, whereas we see the blister formations is the main identifying mark, along with the fang marks. Fang marks is the diagnostic point, then blister formation. After that treatment module, first they used to apply one copper coin over the bitten area. Then if it is sticked, then they consider it is poisonous. Then after that they used lemon over the bitten area. Then mantra. After that come mantra, then bandage. So first they used to assess one assessment. There is no intermediate assessment in this parampara, in these traditions. So in the South Bengal also, they adopt most of these same kind of measurement what adopted by the North Bengal people, mostly the Ishwarmul. Here also they used Ishwarmul. And in headache, they used coconut water, or in frothing from mouth, they used usirmul and lajapanium. Usir and lajapanium. Now we will go to the next analytical point, which is ethnobotanical aspects. So if we see the mantra aspect, if we analyze from the classical point of view, there are so many references of the mantra, and that is why we can understand that whatever they are doing, they are justifying the classical knowledge and wisdom into the clinical practice. Now we are not adept in this knowledge that we can be able to give some kind of benefit with the mantra, because our mantra is not Siddha. So in the classical text, it says the Siddha mantra is the tool. And in the initial Bega, Beg 1 and 2, Siddha mantra can be given. And in always in the snake bite, it is given because it is mentioned in the first. That is why Siddha mantra is justified. And in Arishtavandan also, you can see in the Arishtavandan, in the Sakha Darshta, if as this snake used to bite in the Sakha, means in the limbs, so in the snake bites condition, we can use Arishtavandan as per classical text, and it will prevent the onward propagation of the dosha to the deeper dhatu. And in the dosha avastha also, initial phase it is given, and they are also giving, the traditional healers also used to give these in this initial phase. That is what I am showing is they are using the classical wealth and classical wisdom. And what they used to apply on these limbs as a knot is their towels, which is prepared on cotton or any kind of soft material. In text, it says any non-cutting thread will be there. So pharmacological therapy, they used 5 different kinds of medicines. Different, one is external, another is internal. In internal, they used Rakta Sodaka, then Hridya, then Rasaposhaka, and after that they use Prativisha, means that antidote, specific antidote for specific snake or specific things. Then Jivaniya. So Rakta Sadak, Hridya, Rakta Poshaka, Prativisha, and Jivaniya are the medicine they used, and the labor. And some folklore practitioners, they used some minerals, little bit minerals like borax, tankana, gold, copper, mica, and red chalk, that is Gairika, Tambra, and Abra. And some formulations, some traditional sealers who are a little bit advanced, they used some kind of formula. Like in Vishwanasak Yoga, they used Pathadi Yoga, and in Raktaposhak, they used Manjishta or Sarapunka. Then in Samanya, they used Guduchi, Anantamula, or Dhataki. And follow-up medicine, they used Sarivadi Yoga, who is contained Sariva, Nimba, and Tintidikam. I am using the classical name only. Next, in the total plant, I will show just a glimpse. Only 54 plant they have mentioned in the what we found in this survey. 54 plant within of which we are just showing you only 42 plants. The first one is that is Ankod or Bandha Ankod in Bengali, and it is Elangium, and main useful parts is root or root bark, and preparation it is given preparing as a paste, and sometimes it is given orally in viper bite or as an external applications. And Patha or Aknadi, in Bengali it is called Aknadi, and Simpelus, and roots, sometimes roots is given and sometimes whole plant is given. So roots, it is used as a for testing of poison, as I told. If it tastes bitter, then it is, they consider it as non-poisonous, or poisoning condition is not so grave, or if it is taste is okay, then root for remedy. Throughout the treatment in the jungle mahal, they used this plant. Next one is Tylophora, that is Anantamul.
Please conclude soon, sir.
Okay. So these are the plants. Okay, then Almora, then Bada Koduchi, that is, and these are the algae marmelas, then Endographis, then Dhoa, then Chaturmukhi, Chitraga, Dayalkushi. Dayalkushi is used in the North Bengal. Then Dhuli Kadamba, then Dhekia Sak. This is used for only the mantra ucharan or Bisha Dheki. Then Durva, then Tinospora, and this is Isarmul, Anastolochi indica. This is used in most of the cases in the North Bengal and South Bengal as well. And Kalkasunda, Jinti, it is Parleria cristata. Then Kalmeg, Endographis, and the Kapal Putalota, that is very important, that is used in the South Bengal also. And Kitmar and Krishna Chuda used in externally. Then Kunch, that is Gunja, Abras Precarious. So I'm concluding this. So this survey should be what I want to convey this, that survey should be continuous in a regular basis, and it is beginning. What I have done as per my knowledge of 6 years with them, I have found that this survey is very, very less. So it should continue, and classical evaluation should be there in each and every juncture for evaluating their justifications, and new formula should be testified and incorporated in practice. That is very, very important. I want to focus. We should adopt this, all these new formula, and we should incorporate it within our text, means within our practice. If you practice it, then it will be transmitted in the next generation. So their practice are to be restored as per rule. So that I told in the beginning that some rules and regulations are restricting them to practice. So we should protect them as per the rule, so that this golden parampara should be continued. Thank you very much. Thank you for your patient sharing. And I would like to bow down the traditions of Ayurveda and all the Acharya of Ayurveda, and especially thank to the organizer. Thank you very much. And again, sorry for disconnecting. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. I'm sure your in-depth knowledge has had the desired effect on the audience. Our next session is on Brazilian traditional medicines, some examples of prevention, diagnosis, and treatment. This will be rendered by Ms. Eliana Rodrigues. Eliana ma'am is a biology graduate with a master's in geography. She has also earned a doctorate and postdoctorate in science. Ma'am is an associate professor at Universidade Federal de Sao Paulo, where she coordinates the Center for Ethnobotanical and Ethnopharmacological Studies. She also develops projects in the area of zoo pharmacognosy and traditional management from the perspective of participatory ethnobotany. We extend a joyful welcome to you, ma'am. You may now start your session, ma'am.
Hello, I would like to thank Dr. Jayan and the researcher of our center, Margaret Mota, for inviting me to give this lecture today. It's a great honor for me to be in touch with you in this meeting and learning with the experiences of the other lectures. The title of my lecture is Brazilian Traditional Medicine, Some Examples of Prevention, Diagnosis and Treatment. I am Eliana Rodrigues, the head of the Center for Ethnobotanical and Ethnopharmacological Studies at Federal University of São Paulo. Here in Brazil, we have the popular medicines and the traditional medicines. The latter relates to the indigenous people since they have their own elements, practice, and beliefs, while the popular medicines are those resulted from the mixing of elements belonging to many cultures, such as African, European, Asian, and so on, in addition to the indigenous ones. In this lecture, we will present these traditional medicines. But why am I talking in the plural? Because of their cultural diversity, in Brazil, we have 305 indigenous nations, and 56 of them remain isolated until nowadays. In this slide, we can see different kinds of indigenous people living in Brazil. They differ in their hair, their graphisms, clothes, and so on. In the same way, they also have their own cosmology. So we have to consider each indigenous people in its peculiarity. Each one has its own medicinal elements, practices, and beliefs. Considering the biological diversity in Brazil, we have 5 main ecosystems, and 2 of them are considered hotspots. They are considered regions with rich biodiversity and endemism, but they already lost 70% of their original area. So, since Brazil has an important biological and cultural diversity, the traditional knowledge arises naturally from these 2 potentials. In a recent review I have conducted, we realized that only 26 of the indigenous people had their traditional medicine recorded during academic studies. And these studies add up 358 plants with some possible action on the central nervous system. And less half of them had any kind of study conducted from chemical or pharmacological point of view. As we can see, we still have a lot to do in this area of knowledge. Also, many of the examples I will give during this lecture are about Krao people, since Dr. Carlini and I have developed an ethnopharmacological survey among them in the 90s. When we look at these plants from this review that I am explaining, we observe that most of them may be analgesics, followed by plants used to the fever treatments and so on. Some of them possibly have psychoactive effects like anxiolytics, stimulants, hypnotics, hallucinogens, and they may act as just a moment, please. And they may act as psycholeptic drugs or decrease the activity of the mind, or psychoanaleptic and increase the activity of the mind, and finally as psychodysleptic and they disturb the activity of the mind. This would be a normal mind. Some plants are traditional that we show here: kava, coffee, cannabis, ayahuasca, zabumba. Some plants are traditional classified in one of these three categories, and they have or could have clinical uses in psychiatry. Many of these plants and fungus came actually from ethnopharmacological studies conducted among several cultures in the world along the history. These two books are references in this area. In Brazil, in our traditional medicines, indigenous medicines, the healing practitioners of these traditional medicines are called generically as shaman, which are special people who has the power of act as a healer, but also as a sorcerer. But they have their own name depending on the indigenous people. So, for example, among the Bororo, they call Cunhan. Among the Krao people, they call themselves as Wayakam. Also, among Kayapó and Krao, they consider people, they consider two practitioners in their traditional medicines: the true shaman and the one who knows about medicine but does not have power to cure. Krao shamans are specialists in one or more illnesses and receive guidance from a pahi, which is a spiritual guide. The initiation to become a shaman depends on the people. Some of them, for example, Bororo people, believe that the shaman are born with this power as a gift. Others, like Bakairi, think they receive orientation from the supernatural during courses, when they decide to be a shaman. And Krao, for example, become shaman by the invitation of a spiritual guide. In all of these situations, the shamans explain that they have to go through food fasting, social isolation, and use of psychodysleptic plants. But we wonder, how do the shamans acquire knowledge about the medicines? How? First, we have to consider this knowledge as a dynamic activity. Every day, they are searching for new medicines, new remedies. They study them, they test them with a very scientific approach, as Lévi-Strauss used to say. But this testing does not happen by chance. they follow some clues. One of them are methods that follow some theories which consider the analogy and the contrary between a plant's characteristic and the disease's characteristic. For example, the galls of the cassava leaf are very similar to the warts present in this hand. So these leaves may be a medicine for the warts. Of course, it's not as simple as that, but it follows that logic, this logic. Other kind of method is the observation of the relation between animals and plants. For example, this plant is called Caprancorriré, and its translation means turtleback plant, meaning leaf that slow you down. The Krao people started to test the use of this plant when they observed that the deer, a very fast animal, got slow when consumed the plant's leaf. The other method is by intuition. We consider intuition as the acquisition of knowledge or perception through the unconsciousness, without the appeal of sensations. It may happen during dreams and inspirations. Ayahuasca beverage may be a very important example of this. These medicines bring many knowledge regarding treatment or regarding efficacy, but they also bring very important knowledge about restricted use of some of the plants or regarding safety. For example, the Krao people explains that the tubercle of this plant named Harejare is utilized topically for leg pain, but if ingested, it can kill someone. And for the second plant, they explain that although this plant is utilized in their medicine, it's not recommended for the elderly since it's too strong. It's a too strong medicine. So it should be avoided and replaced by other plants, in this case, for the elderly. This knowledge shows that there are very important cares about roots and restricted remedies considering different ages. Also, when the indigenous people name their plants, curious cases such as those on this slide are observed. The example of Caprancorriré was already seen on a previous slide, but this other plant, whose name means meat leaf, brings the idea of the passage ritual during which it's used. The boy's arms and legs are scarified during this ritual to increase muscle mass and make him a strong man, able of providing the family with food. Both examples brings pharmacological properties. So if someone looks at these popular names, it could be investigated. These plants could be investigated for many biological effects. Also, when classifying their plants, Krao people divide them into two groups. The Vakmeye, which are plants that bloom or fruit in summer, and Katmeye, which are plants that bloom or fruit in winter. When they have to choose medicines, the shaman prefer the Vakmeye ones, since the Katmeye remedies are diluted by the water, since they bloom or fruit in the winter, which is during the rainy season. Also, we observe many preventive practices in the traditional medicines. For example, for 3 days before a ritual, Krao people drink 3 kinds of tea during the day as water to increase their body resistance and avoid sickness, since the rituals are physically exhausting. The tea is available in pots throughout the village for all the members of the community. So the diagnosis made by the shamans may happen using beverages, teas, smokes, mainly resulted from psychodysleptic plants, or we call the hallucinogens. Also, the Kayapo and Krao distinguish between their own disease, they call Me, Ben, Gon, Kre, Kane, and those brought by the white man, Kuben Kane. And they explain that they do not have medicines or remedies for the latter, since they come from the no indigenous man. Snuffs can also be utilized in the diagnosis. For example, many species of Piptadenia, known as yopo, can be utilized in snuffs, used in religious contexts to induce the shamans to trance and to communicate with the spirits, resulting in prophecy or diagnosis. This is a snuff ritual. The treatment is peculiar to each indigenous people, but generally the healing ritual is divided into two parts. The first being at night, generally. During this time, the shaman removes magical objects from the patient's body or brings the soul of dying patient back to his body. As we can see, Tauri Pang shamans, for example, drink a tea that promotes the journey to heaven. Note that the plant's liana resembles a stair, promoting the shaman's journey to the heaven. And Krao shamans smoke psychedelic plants while he blooms and sucks the disease from the patient's body. Krao shamans can use marijuana or other plants which have the same effects of this plant, or major effects or minor effects, but all of them are native to the Cerrado biome. Only marijuana that is not native from this biome. In the second moment, generally next morning after the beginning of the ritual, the shamans go to the patient's house and offer one medicine, one remedy, made of plants, animal, or fungus. The shaman makes several visits to the patient during the day to observe how he reacts to the medicine. If the patient does not show improvement, the shaman waits until the next day to offer a stronger remedy for the disease in question. They never mix two plants in the therapeutic treatments because they believe that plants can interact with each other and causes some risk to the patient. On the other hand, the Kayagan people associate two plants that they call partners, Kame and Kayurukre, to increase the effect of some medicines. We observe that their medicines are really different. Also, Krao knows about 138 plants for the central nervous system diseases, and they were classified by us in 14 categories. The category tonicus is the one which the highest number of plants. The tonicus category is very important for Krao people because they utilize many plants as fortifiers daily in order to perform the running ritual, where the champion running status is highly valued. To do so, they carry logs, trunks from a palm tree for about 2 kilometers in a relay scheme until they reach the village. This woman, for example, is carrying a trunk that weighs between 30 and 40 kilos. But there are other very interesting categories, such as analgesics and other with possible psychoactive effects, such anxiolytics, sleep disorders, and stimulants. Note they are very, very specific to stop snoring, to sleep longer, to have to sleep more slightly. But in this traditional medicine, we also observe plants mentioned for specific desires, for example, as abortifacients, temporary or definitive contraceptives, to separate couples, to promote fertility, and so on. When we compare the categories most cited in that review regarding the 26 indigenous people living in Brazil and the ones observed among Creole people, we realize that there are some similarity between them. For example, the analgesics, tonics, fever, and hallucinogens are the one with the highest number of plants, considering their geographic isolation from hospitals and any health system care. They really need powerful analgesics and tonics, and also the hallucinogens, which promotes the healing rituals. Many fever is related to the amount of tropical disease in their environments, Amazon, Cerrado, and so on. I am almost finishing. Okay. Well, finally, it's very important to keep in mind that this knowledge should not be seen as something to be validated by academic science. First of all, because if they are known and used by these cultures, this is enough and must be respected. Secondly, pharmacology does not always have the tools to really measure and affirm whether or not a traditional knowledge is true. A concrete example is the rat on this slide. Creole women tie tree bark to their belly when they want to give birth to a male child, and tie another tree bark when they want to have a female, a daughter. But how to measure this in laboratory, in Hat's laboratory? The fact that we do not have tools to measure this traditional knowledge doesn't not mean that it's a mere belief or that it should be disqualified by the academy. We have a lot to be learned with the traditional knowledge. And really, my last slide is, where did these remedies come from? When we consider that many remedies that we use today came really from plants and the traditional knowledge. So let's respect this knowledge. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, ma'am. It was really excellent. Next, our session is on the topic uses of medicinal plants from the Ayurvedic perspective and of the native peoples and farmers of Argentina. For this, I would like to welcome Ms. Monica Cuervo, ma'am. She's a biochemist and an epidemiologist. She is a member of the team of Traditional and Natural Medicines Program of Public Health Secretariat, Rosario. She works as a professor at the School of Nursing at the Provincial Hospital of Rosario in the discipline Ancestral Medicines in Primary Healthcare. She is a member of Ecological Workshop since 1987 in the biodiversity area. Also a member of the faculty of the University course in Ayurveda, which is a PG course taught at the Faculty of Medical Science of Rosario. She is also a member of ACNEA, an association for the study and dissemination of ancestral medicine, Argentina. Once again, I welcome you, ma'am, for the presentation.
Buenas tardes, buenos días. Bueno, quiero agradecer al doctor Ajayán la invitación a este excelente seminario, a la doctora Margaret Mota también por la invitación a participar, y a la doctora Lucía de Vincenti, directora de ACNEA y directora del posgrado en Ayurveda de la Facultad de Medicina de Rosario. Y principalmente a la doctora Margaret Mota por traducir mi ponencia.
So, good evening, good afternoon, and good morning to everyone here. I'm Margaret Mota. I'm going to translate Dr. Monica. She was thanking the organizers and everyone here for being in her lecture.
Voy a compartir. ¿Me está viendo? Bueno, ¿se está viendo la pantalla?
Sí.
Bueno, mi ponencia es uso de plantas medicinales desde la perspectiva de la Ayurveda de los pueblos originarios y campesinos de Argentina.
So her lecture is about the uses of medicinal plants from the Ayurvedic perspective and of native people and farmers of Argentina.
Bueno, somos naturaleza. Quería empezar con algunas frases importantes y principalmente para mi trabajo, particularmente en Rosario y además para todo lo que estamos pasando en el mundo. Somos naturaleza, estamos formados por los Panchamahabhutas, Akasha, Vayu, Teya, Agni, Shala, Prithvi, los 5 elementos: espacio, aire, fuego, agua y tierra.
So she would like to start reminding us that we are nature, and especially this moment and all that we are going through in the planet. So reminding us that we are made of the Panchamahabhutas.
Nuestra salud depende de la preservación de la biodiversidad del planeta.
And also to remind us that our health depends on the preservation of the biodiversity of the planet.
Bueno, Argentina, no sé si voy a correr la pantalla porque creo que no se está viendo.
Mónica, sí se está viendo.
Se está viendo lo que está escrito. Bien.
Sí.
Argentina es uno de los países más ricos en ecosistemas. Tenemos altos, o sea, Argentina es enorme y tenemos como ecosistemas altos Andes, puna, monte de sierras y bolsones, selva de las yungas, chaco seco, chaco húmedo, bosques patagónicos, campos y malezas, deltas e islas del Paraná. Ahí es donde nos encontramos en Rosario.
So Argentina is a very big country and is one of the countries that has the richest ecosystems and different kind of biomes and different kind of vegetation and so on in different parts of Argentina, as we can see written here.
Espinal, pampa, monte de llanuras y mesetas, estepa patagónica, mar argentino, selva paranaense, islas del Atlántico Sur, Atlántica, esteros de Liberá.
So as we can see written here, all these different parts of the country with different vegetation and different biodiversity.
Bueno, acá tenemos un mapa, le quería mostrar dónde está Rosario, que es la ciudad donde vivo y trabajo. Está en la provincia de Santa Fe, en la República Argentina y en Sudamérica. Rosario es la tercera en habitantes, ciudad a nivel de número de habitantes a nivel de Argentina, y la segunda en número de habitantes, y la primera en número de habitantes de la provincia de Santa Fe.
So here on the map, we can see where Rosario, the city of Rosario is, and that's where she lives and she works. And Rosario is the third biggest city in Argentina.
Bueno, hay muchísimas plantas en nuestro país debido a la cantidad de ecosistemas. Yo me voy a referir específicamente al lugar donde trabajo y vivo, que es Rosario. Nos encontramos sobre la llanura del río Paraná, donde se encuentra uno de los humedales más importantes de Latinoamérica, las islas.
So Argentina has a huge number of plants, a very big biodiversity, but she's going to talk about the city of Rosario. That's where she lives and she works. And she's going to talk about the islands also, because there is this big river, that's the Paraná River, that's very important for the city and for the whole ecosystem in this place.
Aquí podemos ver una foto de uno de los arroyos y riachos que se encuentran en las islas, en este humedal maravilloso y tan importante para nosotros, que hoy está en pérdida de extinción por la quema indiscriminada, ya que no hay una ley de protección del humedal. Y bueno, se están perdiendo todos nuestros nuestras especies de pájaros, animales, microorganismos, plantas y además la gente que vive en las islas. Y bueno, otra foto, sí, Margaret.
So on the photo on the left, the smaller one, we can see a little bit of how it looks like, the river and the vegetation around. And unfortunately, a lot of the biodiversity is being lost because of wildfires, some wild and some provoked by people. So it's also affecting the livelihood of people that depends on this vegetation, the river, and the biodiversity in this place.
Y la otra foto tenemos a la ciudad de cara al río con sus edificios.
And on the right, we can see a photo of the city of Rosario.
Bueno, aquí esta foto es uno de los barrios populares de la ciudad de Rosario. Yo, además de ser docente del posgrado de Medicina Ayurveda, en la Facultad de Medicina, y empezar hace muchos años, en el año 1987, a participar y ser activista, ecologista. Trabajo en la Secretaría de Salud de la Municipalidad de Rosario en capacitar a los equipos de salud en un programa de medicinas tradicionales y naturales, y capacitamos a los equipos de salud en estas medicinas.
So on this photo, we can see the outskirts of the city. She works for the health secretary, state secretary in the city, and she and the team, they give courses to people that are from the health community, like doctors, nurses, and so on, to teach them about the plants and the use of the plants. And since 1987, she belongs to a group of ecologists, and they do this kind of research and work.
Además de capacitar en diagnóstico y tratamiento en medicinas tradicionales y naturales a los equipos de salud, trabajo en talleres principalmente con las personas que viven en los barrios populares, en el rescate y revalorización de los conocimientos que tienen sobre las plantas medicinales, siempre desde su perspectiva, desde su visión holística. Allí ellos son los conocedores del uso de las plantas, son descendientes o integrantes de pueblos originarios, guaraní, toba, cuom, pilagá, huichí, mocoví, coya, ocoya, mapuche.
So besides training the health professionals in uses of medicinal plants and integrative medicine, she also works on the outskirts of the city, that's the poor area of the city, and giving training to people that work in these areas. And also these people are descendants of the regional people in this area. So they are the Guarani people. These names are names of the indigenous nations. So the Guarani, the Toba, the Pilaga, Wichi, Mokovi, Koja, Mapuches are some of them. And she works, and the whole team work with them, and actually learning with them, because they are the ones that know this traditional medicine. They are the ones that keep this knowledge alive.
Etnia guaraní viven en el litoral del río, Corrientes, Entre Ríos. La etnia Cuom, Toba, en el norte de Argentina, al igual que Pilagá, Huichí, Mocoví, Coya, en la parte andina de Argentina. Mapuche, en el sur de Argentina, que comparte con Chile. Y además está viviendo entre nosotros hace ya mucho tiempo gente de Paraguay, Bolivia, Perú y algunos chilenos.
So these indigenous nations, they are from different parts of Argentina. The Guarani nation, they are usually from along the river. and also bordering with Brazil and Paraguay. The Mapuche, they are in the south and at the border with Chile, and some of these nations are in the north, some are in the center. And also they have lots of people that have come from Chile, Paraguay, and Bolivia. And also they have the knowledge of their own places and from their own indigenous traditions. And they bring this to Argentina when they move to Argentina.
Debido a lo que hablábamos antes de la destrucción de la biodiversidad, ellos, debido a la tala de los bosques, debido a la destrucción de la selva, debido a la tala también de su monte nativo, como es en el caso del norte de Argentina, la contaminación de las aguas, el avance de la soja transgénica y la minería, bueno, han tenido que migrar a las grandes ciudades. Entonces, Rosario es una de las grandes ciudades donde vinieron buscando mejores condiciones de vida y muchos de ellos olvidando todos sus conocimientos que fueron transmitidos de generación en generación.
Mm-hmm. And unfortunately, because of the loss of the biodiversity, contamination of the waters, the mining, and the advances of transgenic crops, these people, they have lost their, most of them, they have lost their livelihood from the place that they used to live, and they have migrated to the cities. And Rosario is one of the cities that many of them have gone to, looking for a job and looking for a livelihood.
Inclusive también su alimentación. Aquí, y bueno, utilizando cosas que ellos en su lugar no utilizaban y perdiendo muchas veces el conocimiento sobre sus plantas. Ahora...
And so minutinho, Monica. And because of this moving from their original places and migrating to the cities, they have lost many of much of the knowledge that they had. And also they have changed the diet, because in the cities they don't have the same diet that they had when they were in their own places. And sometimes they do have, still keep the knowledge about the plants and about some of their diet, and that they try to keep on using this knowledge wherever they are, in the cities, for example.
Muchas veces ellos también hasta se traen de esos lugares, cuando van a visitar a sus familiares, algunas plantas, domesticándola o teniéndola en sus casas.
Mm-hmm. And sometimes when they visit their families in their original places, they bring to the city some of these plants and they try to grow them in the cities, in their houses, in their yard.
Bueno, ahora voy a nombrar algunas plantas sin su nombre científico, que se encuentran en las islas frente al Rosario o en los barrios populares de la ciudad. Ceibo, sauce, anacahuita, aromito, espinillo, salvia morada, borraja, bardana, yerba lucera, carqueja, ortiga, malva, manzanilla, menta, toronjil o melisa, espina colorado, tutiá, abrojito, llantén, bolsa de pastor, mastuerzo, escobadura, diente de león, bueno, y hay muchas más. Aquí tenemos la carqueja, Bacharis primera, que se utiliza mucho para el hígado, el bórrago officinalis, que es borraja, aquí tenemos el aromito, Acacia cavens, y llantén, que después la vamos, si hay tiempo, a analizar.
So here on the right, there is a list of some, in Spanish, some of the plants that I found in the area. On the left, we have the images, the photograph of some of the plants that she's going to talk about now. The first one, that is Bacharis primera, and the other one she's going to speak in a while.
Bueno, algunas plantas que elegí para compartir con ustedes que se usan en la India y es muy usada por las comunidades que viven aquí en Rosario. no solo de pueblos originarios, sino también campesinos y criollos. Y también los pescadores que utilizan mucho las plantas que viven en las islas.
So she's going to speak about this first plant that it's very much used by the fishermen, by the indigenous people in this area, and about the population in general.
Es bala, en India, escoba dura, el nombre popular en Argentina, además de escoba dura, es escoba amarilla, escobilla, falso malvavisco, pichana, escoba dura, hembra, escoba amarilla, falso malvavisco, afata, mata, alfalfa. Su nombre científico, Sida cordifolia en la India. Nosotros tenemos la Sida rombifolia, de la familia de las Malvaceae, y es cosmopolita.
So bala is one of the plants that it's found very much in Argentina. So there are some different names, some different popular names that we can, depending on the place of Argentina that you are, it's going to have a different popular name. And the scientific name, like Sida cordifolia, the one that is found in Argentina is the Sida rombifolia.
Bueno, la descripción biotánica no la voy a dar porque es muy conocida por todos los que estamos aquí, y sí en usos en Argentina de etnia guaraní, cuam, mocoví, pilagá, campesinos y criollos que utilizan mucho las plantas, la escoba dura, bala, emoliente en cataplasma, se utilizan las hojas, diurético, utilizan las semillas, anticefalérgico, que es para el dolor de cabeza, lo utilizan toda la planta. Para problemas gastrointestinales, la raíz, problemas respiratorios y bronquitis, toda la planta, inflamaciones de la boca y la garganta, se usa en infusión haciendo gárgaras.
So she's not going to talk about the botanical description because we all know that. She is speaking about the uses in Argentina by some of the indigenous people like the Guarani, the Cuam, the Mocovi, and also by the peasants. So they use the leaves in poultice as an emollient, the seeds they use as diuretic, the whole plant they use for headache, and the root they use for gastrointestinal problems, and the whole plant also for respiratory problems and bronchitis, and also they use for inflammations as infusion by gargling.
Bueno, la descripción ayurvédica tiene raza madura, gunas lagus, nigda, tichila, viriashita, vipaca madura. Esto es característico que para nuestros pueblos es una planta fría o fresca. Doya karma bata pitajara, valia, mejora la fuerza muscular, brimjana, mejora el peso corporal, es vichia, que actúa sobre el sistema reproductivo, es afrodisíaco, y roga karma, ractapita, para epistasis, hemorragias y desórdenes de la sangre, bata viadi, para desequilibrios bata, prameja, diabetes, y saya, emaciación.
So here on the left, you can see the rasa gunas viri and vipak of the plant, and as the indigenous people use there in Argentina, they use for hemorrhage and blood disorders, for in the Ayurvedic field for vata viadis, any kind of imbalance of vata. The indigenous people consider the bala a cold plant. It's a fresh plant. They use also for problems in the urinary system, diabetes, defects in filtrations, urinary system, and also for emaciation and wasting.
Es una de las plantas más importantes de la India, es muy nutritiva, es la mejor planta para el desequilibrio vata, es preventiva, conserva la flora intestinal, para personas con debilidad se hace avianga medicado con bala, y antiguamente se hacía un macerado en la majuana, se mantenía fresco en el fondo del aljibe y se tomaba durante todo el día. Esto también se hacía tradicionalmente en Argentina.
So reminding about the uses, many of the uses of bala in India being one of the most important plants and excellent for vata imbalances. So the same uses that is described here is the uses that indigenous people in Argentina have for them, for weakness and for strengthening, and they use as maceration and sometimes fresh, and sometimes they do some kind of decoction and they drink throughout the day.
Musta, cebollín, el nombre popular en la India mustaca, y nosotros la conocemos como cebollín, coyotillo, cipero, castañuela, cebollín, coquito, negrillo, juncia, castañuela. Depende del lugar donde estemos, el nombre va a variar, y de las etnias muchas veces. Es el cipero rojizo.
So musta, it's also another plant very much used in Argentina, and depending the part of Argentina that you are at, it's going to have a different popular name, and is very much used too.
Bueno, la descripción botánica no la damos, también fue nombrada por uno de los doctores. Quería compartir lo más importante, los usos en Argentina, que se usa como digestivo, estomacal, para bajar la fiebre, para los pulmones, es diurético.
And the botanical description, we all know it was also spoken here by another doctor, but would like to emphasize the uses that we have in Argentina. That's for the digestive, stomach problems, diaphoretic, for the lungs, and diuretic.
Bueno, la descripción ayurvédica, Rasa Tikta, Katukashaya, Gunas, Ruksha y Lagu, Subiria Shita y Subipaka Katu. Dosha Karma, Escapa Pitahara, Dipanapachama, Grahi y Lekshama.
And here we can see the Ayurvedic description of it regarding the rasas, the gunas, the virya, the vipak, and also about the dosha karma, that's kapha pitahara. And it's being also another use as a dipana pachana.
Bueno, Roga Karma es Shwara, es para fiebre, es Krimi, antimicrobiano, Krishna, deshidratación, Atisara, restringe el peristaltismo, Kandu, picazón, Grahani, desórdenes relacionados con la absorción de los alimentos en los intestinos, Casa, tos y Nidranasa para el insomnio.
And the Roga Karma about this plant, like Jwara in fever, for microbes, Krimi, for dehydration, Trishna, for Atsara, for Kandu, like for itching, and Grahani for disorders related to absorption of food and by the intestines, for Kasa, that's cough, and also for Nidranasa, that's insomnia.
Aspasmara, epilepsia, bisarpa, erisipela, custa, desorden de la piel, es extremadamente refrescante y aromática, se utiliza mucho para refrescar, lo toman muchas veces, dejan a macerar, y la parte usada son los tubérculos.
And it's also used for apasmara, like disorders of speech and epilepsy, for Visarpa, erysipelas, and for skin disorders. And it's very refreshing and aromatic. So sometimes people keep it for drinking during the day, like they keep like in infusion and drink throughout the day. And the parts that are used are the tubers.
La próxima planta es Durba, gramilla, se utiliza muchísimo en nuestras comunidades. El nombre popular es Durba, en Argentina, Césped bermuda, gramilla, pata de perdiz, raíz de grama. El nombre científico, Synodon dactylon, de la familia Poaceae.
The next plant is durva, that in Argentina has lots of different popular names too. And the uses in Argentina is for like prostate, diuretic, and kidney stones.
La descripción ayurvédica es rasa madura, kashaya, guno, vidyasita, vipaka madura. Dosha karma es kapa pitahara, varnia, mejora la complexión, stambana, la estabilidad y firmeza, shamhara, reduce el cansancio, rukya, mejora el gusto, shivani, que da vida.
And the Ayurvedic description is like for the rasa, guna, vir, and vipak that we can see here. And the dosha karma for kapha pitahara, varnya that improves the complexion, stambana that gives stability and firmness and stop the loss of fluids. And it's also samahara, like reduces the fatigue. And it improves taste, and it's Javani that gives life.
Bueno, el próximo es Dugapeni, diente de león. Es en India, Dugapeni. Aquí la conocemos como diente de león, amargón, plumerillo. Es Taraxacum officinale y la familia Asteraceae.
And the next, the Dugdafeni, Argentina has different popular names. And the scientific name, Taraxacum officinale.
Bueno, la descripción botánica de esta planta se ve crecer sin alzarse mucho del suelo, con las hojas dispuestas en roseta. La raíz es gruesa, no ramificada. Sus frutos son muy característicos y se conoce con el nombre de panadero al fruto. Es una planta cosmopolita. La flor es compuesta, color amarilla. Los usos en Argentina se utiliza muchísimo el diente de león, se utilizan las hojas en ensalada como alimento, tiene muchísimo hierro, minerales, para afecciones del hígado, es depurativo de la sangre, para la piel se usan en dermatitis, psoriasis, diurético, artrosis. Las flores que son compuestas de flores amarillas protegen el sistema nervioso y también se comen en ensalado, se preparan en infusión. De esta planta se utilizan las hojas, la flor y la raíz.
And here we can see the botanical description, and the uses in Argentina is the leaves. They use salads, and also for liver conditions, for blood cleansing, or for skin disorders. It's also diuretic, and they use it for osteoarthritis. The flowers protect the nervous system, and it can be eaten in salad or prepared as infusions. The leaf, the flower, and the root are used, so everything from this plant is used.
Su raza es Tictacatu, Gunalagu ruksha, Viria ushna, Vipaka catu, es Kapha pitahara, disminuye Kapha y Pita, Vigna es depurativo, raza llana, rejuvenecimiento, es rejuvenecedor, Roga karma, Actrodara, enfermedades hepáticas, Agnimandia, mejora el agnibajo, Brana es para úlcera, Visaroga, enfermedad por veneno, Shina Shuara, fiebre intermitente crónica.
So the rasa is Ticta and Katu, the Guna Lagu and Bruksha, the Vira is Ushna, the Vipak is Katu, it's Kapha Pitahara. It's also purifying. It's using Rasayana for rejuvenation. It's very good for liver disorders. It improves the agony. It's also good for treating ulcers and for poison diseases and for chronic intermittent fever.
Bueno, la raíz de diente de león también se utiliza acá para hacerlo como si fuera café. No tiene cafeína. Se hace, se tuesta la raíz y se utiliza en lugar de café.
So in Argentina, they also use the root to make coffee. It's not exactly like a coffee because there is no caffeine, but they roast the root and then they make powder and they use it to drink as a coffee.
Bueno, la ruda sudama es una planta muy utilizada aquí, es europea. Aquí tenemos ruda macho, ruda hembra, ruta lagraviolens, el nombre científico. Nosotros tenemos la ruda macho, que es ruda chalepensis, familia Rutaceae y, bueno, nativa de Europa.
Another plant very much used in Argentina is Sudama. It also has different names in Argentina, and this plant can be male or female. They have both in Argentina, and here we can see the scientific names in India and scientific name of the one that is found in Argentina.
Y bueno, la descripción botánica, seguro todos la conocen. Bueno, aquí lo característico sí que la gente la tiene en la casa siempre, y casi siempre a la derecha de la entrada, por las propiedades mágicas que se le atribuyen contra los malos espíritus y para la suerte.
So the botanical description is very well known, but I should like to emphasize that also in Argentina, it's also considered a magical plant. So it's a plant that people always have at home, and you always keep on the right side of the entrance to keep away the evil spirits and also for good luck.
Usos en Argentina: para varices y flebitis se toma en infusión una taza 2 o 3 veces por día durante varias semanas. Menagogo, usada en el momento que debería venir la menstruación, se toma en infusión una taza 3 veces por día. Para parásitos intestinales se toma en infusión una taza 3 veces por día. Para dolores reumáticos, dolores de cuello, se usa como tónico corporal en aceite. Se flexiona localmente con aceite tibio la zona afectada. Para sarna o escabiosis, se usa en pomada con grasas de animales. Se usan mucho las grasas de animales, grasas de cerdo, de gallina, de animales que tiene la gente en su casa, no los comprados que tienen muchos tóxicos. Y se utiliza mucho grasa de iguana. Cuando van a sus lugares, traen la grasa de iguana para hacer sus pomadas. Se aplica localmente para la escabiosis 2 veces por día durante 15 días, y como piogicida se usa en cocimiento. Y se aplica localmente como un enjuague, luego de lavarse la cabeza 1 vez por día, 1 semana.
So it has different uses in Argentina. It can be used for varicose veins, phlebitis, and here there is the description for how and for how long people should take the infusion. It's a menagogue. It's also used for intestinal parasites, for rheumatic pain, neck pain, for scabies, and it's very common that people use it with animal fat, usually from animal fat that they have at home, not bought one, and sometimes from wild animal fats like iguana, or also the ones that they have at home like chick and pig. And also they use it for like a pioricide when people have it in their head, so that they can use it once a day, like to rinse after washing the hair.
Es raza ticta, Gunaslagutishna, Viriaushna, Vipakakatu. Doyakarma, Kafavatahara, Dípana, su roga karma es Quistartaba, dismenorrea, Krimi es antiparasitario, Sula, úlcera péptica, y para animandia, digestión debilitada. Se usa toda la planta.
And here also the description of Rasa, Guna, Vira, Vipak, the Doshakarma, Kafavatahara, it's Dipana to increase the agony, and the parts used, and the Roga Karma is also described here. Mónica, acabaron de decirme que tenemos 5 minutos.
Bueno, es la última planta que Chanten. Asbagola. Nombre popular, esta es la última que quería compartir. Asbagola en India, Yantén siete venas, Kayukui en guaraní, Chirashu en quechua, Sacarara en aymara, que es otra etnia en Argentina, Plántago ovata en India, nosotros tenemos Plántago major, Plántago lanceolata, Plántago tomentosa, que tiene como pelitos, es de la familia Plantaginaceae.
So this is the last plant that she's going to talk about today. So the popular names in Argentina depends on the part of Argentina that you are at, and they also have a different species of this plant in Argentina, like 4 or 5 here. And it's a plant from Europe and Asia that was introduced to Argentina. And it usually grows like in wild places or lands that are just empty in the neighborhood. There is no constructions.
Bueno, no la vamos a hacer la descripción botánica porque también la utilizan planta bovata en la India, y sí quería compartir lo más importante, los usos en Argentina, que es para tos, para catarros bronquiales, expectorantes, se usa en infusión, la hoja, una taza 3 veces por día, como antiinflamatorio de la boca y la garganta, se hacen gárgaras con la infusión 4 veces por día, cicatrizante, emoliente y desinflamante en llagas y úlceras varicosas, es antiséptico, se usa en cataplasma o en ungüento con pomadas de animales, oftálmico para inflamaciones de los párpados y conjuntivitis, en colirio, 2 gotas en cada ojo 4 veces por día, y desarreglos gastrointestinales, diarreas, antiinflamatorio de los intestinos, antiulceroso, una taza en infusión 3 o 4 veces por día. Para hemorroides se usa en pomada, se aplica localmente. Dolor de oído, se usa el jugo de las hojas, 2 gotas en el oído afectado, desinflamante de riñones, vejiga y uretra. Es diurético, se usa en cocimiento, una taza 3-4 veces por día.
And here there are the uses in Argentina. It can be used for cough or as a expectorant, and here is also described how to use it and for how long. It's also used as an anti-inflammatory for mouth and throat, for healing varicose ulcers or varicose sores. It's antiseptic. Can be also used as ophthalmic for inflammations of the eyelids, and also for conjunctivitis, for gastrointestinal disorders, diarrhea, anti-inflammatory for the intestines, anti-ulcer, is used for hemorrhoids, earache. It's also anti-inflammatory for kidneys, bladder, and urethra. It's also diuretic.
Bueno, la descripción ayurvédica ya la conocen, pero lo más importante, que es la cosmovisión de nuestros pueblos originarios de Argentina, comparten la misma cosmovisión que la India. Esta también es una planta que se utiliza de la misma manera que en la India, y también es una planta fresca o fría para nuestros pueblos. Quería compartir solamente un jarabe casero que hacen con plantas para problemas de resfrío, de garganta, tos, que se llama quemadillo, que es con azúcar quemada, luego le agregan las plantas que son antiinflamatorias para la garganta, varias plantas y cáscaras de naranja, agua caliente, lo dejan un rato y después lo toman. Es un jarabe casero de los pueblos guaraníes.
So the same uses that we have in Ayurveda is exactly the same use that the indigenous people have in Argentina. They also consider it a plant that's cold. The Vira is cold, and she just would like to share with everyone a kind of syrup that they make for throat. That you burn a little bit the sugar, and then you put these plants or any other of the plants that is good for throat. You let it cook a little bit, and you make it into a syrup, and then you take during the day.
Bueno, muchas gracias por haber escuchado la ponencia. Gracias a Margaret por haber traducido espectacularmente esta ponencia y bueno, agradecida de la maravilloso encuentro seminario que estoy disfrutando en estos días.
So thank you very much for everyone for being here, and thank you for the organizers. Thank you for the translation, and I also would like to thank very much for this wonderful seminar that she's enjoying every day. Thank you.
It was really informative and beautifully presented, ma'am. Thank you so much, Monica, ma'am, and thank you, Margaret, ma'am, for helping us by translating her words. Moving on, next session is on the topic Ayurvedic ethno-medicinal observation of some important medicinal plants of Idukki. For this, let me welcome Mr. Joel L. Joy, BAMS final year student, Ashtamgam Ayurveda Vidyapeetham. Welcome.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible, Joel.
Hello. Okay.
The screen is not visible.
Namaste. Is it visible?
Yeah. It's visible now.
Okay. Namaste all. Pronouns to all gurus. Sri Gurubhyo Namah. Ayurvedic ethno-medicinal observation of some important medicinal plant of Idukki, especially my village, Konatadi village. Myself, Joel L. Joy, final year BAMS student of. Hello.
Yes, you are audible, Joel. Continue.
Okay. Final year BAMS student of Ashtamgam Aranyakam Vidyapeetham, eventually Kalyam Palakkad. As we all know, Western Ghats, also known as Sahyadri, it's a mountain range extending from Gujarat to the tip of the India, Tamil Nadu. It is almost 6 kilometers long and is accepted as a World Heritage Site by UNESCO because of its ecological and biophysical importance. It's actually older than Himalayan ranges. It has a high level of biological diversity and endemism. At least 325 plants in this area is named named as species. Now, Western Ghats are. It is one among the biodiversity hotspots of the world. The average altitude. Hello.
The voice is breaking, so that you can turn off the video.
Okay. Is it clear now?
Yes, Joel. You can continue.
Okay. The average altitude of Western Ghats is 2,695 meters. The mean temperature is 20 to 24 degrees Celsius. The average rainfall is 300 to 400 centimeter. It has a high specific humidity and low atmospheric pressure. Actually, the Western Ghats have a major role in the rainfall of India. Southwestern monsoon and northwest monsoon is controlled by Western Ghats. The area of the Western Ghats is 1,80,000 square kilometers. That is 6% of the total land area of India. 30% of all plant species in India is endemic to this region. 50% of the amphibian species are endemic to this region. 67% of fishes are also endemic to this region. In total, there are 4,500 species of plants are there, in which 1,637 are endemic to this region. Now, Idukki district is one among the districts, one among the 14 districts of Kerala. It is one of the beautiful districts. It is second largest district also. Half of the district is covered by the forest, and it is also known as the Spice Garden of Kerala. The average altitude is 1,600 meters, and the mean temperature is 20 to 24 degrees Celsius. Average rainfall is 250 to 350 centimeter. It has a high specific humidity and low atmospheric pressure. Idukki district is also called as the powerhouse of Kerala because it has 20 dams and 16 hydroelectric power stations in it. It has 7 rivers which nourishes the land. There are 3 wildlife sanctuaries and 1 national park is there in Idukki. This is one among the dams of Idukki. You can see the beauty of Idukki, hill ranges and sunrise. We can see. Now, the area of topic, Konati village, it is a small village in Idukki district. It is bordered by longest river Peri. It has also various geographical benefits also. Hello, am I audible?
Yes, Joel. It's breaking a little bit, but it's okay.
Okay. Let's talk about Konatadi village. This is one of the, this picture is taken from Google Earth. As we see in the picture, there are valleys, rivers, hilltops, dams, and it contributes to the of the our altitude of say is 960 meters. Now we are discussing about the floral vegetation, like tropical semi-evergreen forest and tropical wet evergreen forest. Moving to the Bhumi, we can see that there is Parthiva and Apya Pradhana Bhumi is there, along with in the background of Agashya Bhumi also. The features of Parthiva Bhumi are full of heavy rocks. It is Ashmavati Sthira, and the soil is grayish and black. It is Shama and Krishna. Stula Vriksha, trees are huge in nature. The features of Apya Bhumi are Snigdha Mrita, it is smooth soil, plenty of water is there, Ambuguna Bhuvishta, whitish color predominant soil is there, Shukla Varna of the soil, delicate grass and trees, Komala Trina and Vriksha are seen here. So we can conclude that the area is Parthiva Apya Bhumi in the background of Agashya also. These are some general observation of flora here. Around a lot of species are observed here, but due to the time, I will explain about 16 or 17 plants here. Now we are going to special flora and their uses in uses of our area. I once again welcome to all of you to this journey. First of all, we are discussing about a plant called as Elateria cardamom, or called as Elam in Sanskritam. In Malayalam, also it is called as Elam. As I mentioned earlier, Idukki is also called as the Spice Garden of Kerala, which include pepper, ginger, tuak, patra, etc. in it. One among the spices which grows mostly in the high altitude and cold climate is Elam. Elam is growing in high altitude and cold climate. It has a major commercial role in the life of farmers of Idukki. It is the most expensive spice by weight, and it is cultivated in the hills of Idukki. Its inflorescence have a peculiarity because its inflorescence is a long panicle with arising from underground stem and coming up above the soil. As we see in the picture, this inflorescence are coming down from the underground stem and coming up above the soil and produces flower and fruit. Then cardamom is one among the member of Ariyar. It is the traditional practice of newborn babies to boost immunity and keep away abdominal and respiratory problems. It also gives good mental health also. As I stated earlier, Ela is used as a spice and a flavoring agent. Here in this area, locally these people are using it for respiratory diseases like cough and asthma. It is mainly Deepana and Vada and Lomina. So it is used in mainly in Ajirna also. When a person is suffering from indigestion as well as gas trouble, here in this area, the powder of the seed is given. So in some, also in some season, the seeds are taken and it is boiled in water. This water is given for drinking purpose as well as drinking purpose. Also in this area, Brihatelam, also called as Chittelam or Kartelam, or also found in this area. That is, among species are also found here. Now, we are discussing about the second plant. It is a very beautiful plant. It is a very beautiful terrestrial orchid, Malaxis versicolor Jeevaka. It's a terrestrial orchid, as we all know. It usually grows in the high altitudes, which have Vayu Akasha dominance there. When there is a rainy season, happens, the up tattva of the rain also also influence this plant, and the plant grows as a up prithvi tattva dominant plant. It will be in a hibernative or a samadhi state for 6 to 9 months after the blossom of flower and the shedding of the flower, etc. In the next rainy season, the mother plant gives rise to a daughter plant also. For the seed germination, there is a mixture of algae and fungus is needed for the proper seed germination of this plant. It is also called as Kurcha Shirshaka because of its brush-like appearance, and it is the hibernative, or it is the picture is in the samadhi avastha of the plant. As we all know, it is one among the Jeevaniya Gana mentioned by Vagbhada itself. Jeevanti Gagolyu Mededve Mudga Marsha Parniyuja Rishabhaga Jeevaka. Rishabhaga and Jeevaka are part of Jeevaniya Gana. As we see in the picture, left side picture, the scaly leaves protect the plant in the hibernative state, or it protects the life in it. So Jeevaka is a very important plant in the ecosystem as well as in Ayurveda pharmacopoeia. Next, we are discussing about a plant named Nerbilia aragona. It belongs to Orchidaceae family, and it is one of the source of Padmacharini. Padmacharini, in Malayalam, it is called as Ovirila Tamara. Susruta mentioned it as Manaka, and it has a synonym called Sthala Padma because the leaves are similar to Padma, and it grows on ground, so it is called as Sthala Padma. It is basically Kabhavada Shamayam. It is similar to Jeevaka, grows in rainy season. Mainly the uses are in Akshiroga, it is Vrishya, and it is Rasayana. Vishahara and is Mutrala. The main action is to Mutra Vahasrodas, because it can be used in Mutra Krishra, Mutra Adisara, Mutra Ashmeri, etc. In Mutra Krishra, Padmacharini along with water or Tandulodaka or Kataka Bija Bhasma can be given. In Mutra Adisara, according to Yoga Amrita, Padmachari Peya is indicated. According to Chigilsa Kaudagam, in Mutra Ashmeri, Kandham with Dadimastu is indicated. According to Yoga Amrita or Arogya Raksha Kalpadruma, in Netra Yoga, Dhara with the tubers along with the Stanya is also indicated. Usually in our area, pigs eat these bulbs of this plant. Malay area tribes of Idiki, especially in Mannapuram area, used this plant for anemia in children along with the milk. They used it for scorpion poisoning. They used in Netra Abhishanta like manifestation where there is itching, pain, swelling in the eye. Eye is there. Then the swarasam of the whole plant is made into dhara along with the siddha. When there is a burning sensation over the head, here in this special tribe group, malaria tribe group, apply a paste of this whole plant on the forehead. It is very useful according to them. If a wound scar persists for a long time, then in that area the paste of the kalkan can be used. In case of there is a delayed menarche or a, immature growth of breast is seen, then these tribes give this plant as a kshiravaka of the tuber. Then if there is a burning sensation in all over the body or during in Mutra Pravarti, the Swarasa is taken and is given internally. So Padmacharini or Orilla Tamara is also an important orchid in this area. Next, we are going to discuss about an important orchid. It is Euxine longilabris. It is a terrestrial orchid, as we all know. It can be a source plant of Meda or Mahameda. It is indicative of the richness of the soil. This soil may be more vegetative and rich in floral diversity also. Where the soil, the upper layer of soil where this plant is growing is rich with minerals and nutrients at its optimum level. So this is also an important orchid species. The next orchid species is Habenaria plantagiana. It is also called as white wonder. It is a terrestrial orchid. Usually it is growing in higher altitudes. The tubers are Madhura, Shita and Snigdha. It is edible also. Then the other orchid, another orchid species, Geodoron densiflorum. It is also called in Malayalam as Vellapola. It is in English, it is nodding swamp orchid. It is a terrestrial orchid. The pseudo bulb with the rice gruel water is used in swelling or abscess according to Hortus malabaricus. These are some orchid species here. Other species like Europhia, etc., are also observed here. Then we are moving to other sources, other plants. This plant is a very important plant. It is endemic to southern Western Ghats and it is a red list plant also. It is Mustica malabarica, called as wild nutmeg, Katu jadi. It has a greater ecological importance because it takes part in phytoremediation. Phytoremediation is the use of plants to remove or destroy contaminants of soil and groundwater. Usually near to a wild nutmeg tree, most probably there is a chance of observing a water body, which is actually meant for phytopurification or biopurification. This purification may be also seen in our body to clear our srothasas. It can be used also. Here in our area, this is used by farmers for budding it with local varieties of jadi, Mustica species also. It is usually more tikshna than the usual nutmeg because for the growth of this plant, it acquires more tikshna, ushna guna from the atmosphere or the surroundings, even if it is prithvi apradhana bhumi. Because so it is more ushna and tikshna than the other species, other natural variety also. Because of the cleansing activity, it is a phytopurificatory activity. I have some questions. For further questions for research, does it have any action on Mutra Vahasrodas? Does it clear the Avilada of Mutra? It is a further question. It can be a research purpose of or something like that. In the right corner, we can see a profuse red exudation from the bark is observed. Locally, the local use is in children when stomach is upset. The bark is boiled with the water and the water is given in between many times. Also, in the left bottom, we can see the array. It has an expectorant activity. It has a shidatva in it. It is in Ushna climate. It is used as drinking water. Some people use this for a fever or cough burning sensation in folklore practice. The same malaria tribes use it for a special disease called as Vairapunna in Malayalam. That is GI tract ulcers. We can say that. Then the Bhalamajja is also very much Vadanilomana. So when we were kids, mother gave it for any kind of stomach upset or a diarrhea as the first line of management. Sorry. Also, after wound healing, the paste is applied to prevent a scar formation also locally. The next plant is also an aromatic tree with more mucilage on bark and leaf.
It is Persia macrantha. It belongs to Lauraceae family. In Malayalam, it is called as Kulamavu. It can be termed in Sanskrit as Pichiladaru. Respected Dr. Niranjan Prabhu sir done a research on this tree. It is actually endemic to this Western Ghats. It is very much Pichila and Snigdha and Slekshna as we see in this picture. This stickiness can be used in any cases of discontinuity of bone, ligament, tendon, skin, etc. So, due to this stickiness, we can use it in fractures, we can use it in ligament injuries, we can use it in tendon injuries, we can use it in muscle injuries, we can use it in ulcers, wounds, etc. also. This kind of observation is needed for understanding a drug in Ayurvedic terms, because we want to examine the drug in Panchendriya. As I stated earlier, it is an aromatic drug. As Gandhavadi Prithvi, we can say that Prithvi dominance is there. As we see in the stickiness or Snigdha Tattvam, we can infer that there is a Prithvi or Aptatva is there. So that much Prithvi or Aptatvam is this in the plant. Then this tree can be used in Vada dominant conditions. It can be Sandhaniya, it can be Shodhara, it can be Vedana Sthavana, it can be Vadahara, as I shared already. Traditionally, folklore practitioners used it for treating asthma, joint pain, mental ailments, fracture, ulcer, weakness, general debility, etc. So the paste of leaf is used in wound, ulcer, or swelling. In ligament injury mainly, the bark paste can be applied along with egg white in the affected area. So this is a very important plant in Ayurveda pharmacopoeia. It is very much Sandhaniya in nature. Then we are discussing about very common plant, Helictrus isora avartini. It is also called as East Indian screw tree. In Malayalam, it is termed as Idambiri Valambiri. In Ayurveda, it is stated that Tridosha Udara Shulagni Krimi Roga Vinashini. It is beneficial in Tridosha Shamana, it is beneficial in Udara Shula, it is also beneficial in Krimi Roga. In this plant, Prithvi Tattva is dominant more, because the bark skin is much strong enough to make ropes in olden days for tying things. In folklore practices, it is widely used in many conditions. The 2 drops of Thailam prepared from Avartini, it is used in Karnanada, Karna Shula, Pudi Karna like conditions by some of the tribes in Idukki district. Also, in another Jatrurdhva Bhaga, chewing the bark, it is beneficial for chaladanda or loose tooth. It is very much beneficial. Also, chewing of the bark and also swarasa also can be used. Due to the Prithvi Tattva dominance, it can be used in Kshata conditions. Paste of the bark mixed with kanji is beneficial, especially in bone-related traumas. Paste with egg white is also can be used. Here, the powder of the seed are taken along with the honey in Kosthasrata Vyadis like Adisara, Shula, Chardi, etc. In Prameha also it can be used as a Swarasa or Kashaya of the root skin. It can be used. In some skin manifestations, diseases in skin also, it can be used as a paste. When we take Loka Purusha Samya here, we can assume that we come across Ida Nadi, Pingala Nadi, Sushumna Nadi. Like that, it is in a mutually rotating manner. So it can be an affection towards Nadi Vyuha also. In our area, it is used as an ornament in hip, locally called as Aranyanam. In children suffering from krimi, it is used as an ornament. Also, it is a kesha taila for the hair growth. Some tribal groups use it for heel pain, amavada like conditions. It is very much beneficial. Then we are discussing about a very rare and a potent medicine, excellent medicine, Ophiorrhiza mongosa. It is called a sarpakshi. It is called a sarpakshi because of its resemblance of a flower with the eyes of snake. In Malayalam, it is called as Kiripundu because it is very much beneficial in Visha, especially in Sarpa Visha. Sarpakshi, it is a bhavana dravyam of some of the rasa preparations. Also, it is given in udara-related diseases like chardi, shula, etc. It is a very much rare and a potent medicine. Ophiorrhiza mongosa sarpakshi is a very much potent medicine. It is also used in Sarpavisha also. Then, very common drug, we are discussing about Clematis zeylanica. It is it belongs to the Ranunculacea family. In Sanskrita, it is called as Dhanavalli. Malayalam, it is termed as Vadakudi. It is basically Vata Kapashamana. According to Yogamrita, it is useful in Vicharchika-like conditions. It is Tikshna. It is enough to penetrate. It is a penetrating smell. It has a penetrating smell also. When discussing about the folklore uses in headache, the paste of Dhanavalli along with the salt is applied on the forehead for headache. In nasal blockages, the cut twig is allowed to smell. Then it cures the blockage of the nasal blockage. Also in headache and upper respiratory tract infections, mainly the smell allowed to smell. The twig is the squeezed twig covered with a cotton cloth. It is allowed to smell. It is very much beneficial in headache and upper respiratory tract infections. Then in some areas, the root is used for viper poisoning and skin diseases also. The smell of this plant, it is intense enough to penetrate sukshma srodasas of the body. Also, next we are discussing about a very common plant, Garcinia cambogia. It is also called as fish tamarind in the or Malabar tamarind because it used in making fish curry in Kerala. The rasa of the plant or the fruit is amla rasa and kashaya anurasa is there. The thailam can be prepared from the seed of this plant. Folklore practices include they are used it in Pakwasya Roga, tonsillitis, burns, Garbhasya Shodhana, etc. etc. Next, we are discussing about a rare plant or a very rare plant. It's called as Casita filiformis. In Ayurveda, it is named as Akashavalli. In Malayalam, it is named as Moodilatali. The leaves are reduced to scales. The leaves are very much reduced. It is actually a parasitic plant. The karma are, it is Agni Deepana, it is Shobhara, it is Krimihara, it is Togrogahara. Where there is an itching, it can be used in Togroga manifestation. It is a Acacia thaila also. In folklore practice, the use of this plant along with the thaila is applied on head for the promotion of hair growth. In netra abhishanta like conditions where there is a burning sensation, dara with the juice is indicated. Then where there is a swelling, the paste is applied on the part affected. In Ajirna also, the small quantity of this plant, this versa of the plant is taken and it is made into takra, and it is very much beneficial in Ajirna like conditions also. The very unique yoga or a unique combination is in Abhikadaja Shobha, Vasa of the wild boar along with the source of Akashavalli, it is very much indicated or can be applied over the area. But fortunately or unfortunately, hunting and taking the meat of wild boar is illegal in India. It is punishable offense. So much care should be taken in that. The next plant is it is a Solanum torvum. It is a source plant of Brihadi. Actually, this Malaria tribes groups of Idiki, it is used as an abortifacient. Usually, in our area, it is given in cough or tonsillitis conditions. It is raw fruit is very much beneficial in pinworm also. Mainly, its action is to prana restores and vada kapashamana. It is folklore practices include in some areas of Tamil Nadu, it is used as a food. It is used as a food in Tamil Nadu. In cracked food, the local application of this paste is very much beneficial. In burning sensation or whole body burning sensation, the leaf juice is taken internally. Next plant is Cucumis sativus or hardbiki. It is also called as wild cucumber. It is very much tiktarasam, intense tiktarasam. It is not usually edible, but in locally it is added with small quantity, added in small quantity with other food items for creamy-like manifestation. But it causes intense virajana also. Intense tiktarasa and it causes virajana also. Here, the fruit pulp is used for treating ulcers and some other inflammatory conditions also. Then the next plant is Zingiber cernum. It is curved stem ginger in English. In Malayalam, it is called as Malayinji or Katinji. It is an red listed plant by IUCN. In tinea versicolor infection, the paste is applied on the affected part is very much useful in this area. We are using that. According to modern researchers, the essential oil extracted, isolated from the Zingiber cernum is an antimicrobial activity. It has an antimicrobial activity. Then moving to the last plant, is also called as Motiparam. It is a beautiful endangered evergreen tree, usually seen in southern Western Ghats. It grows usually in evergreen forest, but some now it is some nurseries are breeding it. It is a favorite food of elephants, turtles, and some reptiles. It is made into pickles by the local people, and it is very much healthy. It has similar qualities with our amalagi. We can see the picture of fruits. Very beautifully arranged fruits are there in the tree. It are mainly localized to the bottom part of the tree. So it is called as Muti Param in Malayalam. It supports an ecosystem, basically a major role in food chain. Concluding my session, the future perspective are more exploration, explore more and more areas, explore more and more plants, identify them and add to Ayurveda pharmacopoeia, then document it for the further generations. Conservation and preservation is also very much essential for the further generations to study on it. Multiplication is a main task in this era. Formation of natural clubs, nature clubs, and making awareness about these plants and these environment conservation, etc. So we can together make a healthy environment and can live healthily more. Thank you very much. The sky of Ayurveda is vast and open. Let's explore more and more drugs and all. I express my sincere gratitude to the most respected Dr. Ajay sir for encouraging us to do this kind of presentation and given a lot of data. Thank you, sir. Also thanks to Dr. Vipin sir and Dr. Niyechechi and all Ashtamgam family. I thank all. Very especially thanks to our great Guru Vaidya Prasad sir for guiding us in the field of Ayurveda. Very much thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Thanking all supporters, family, friends, and all. Thank you very much.
Well, now let me extend a hearty welcome to Mr. Ram Manohar Sai, BMS final year student, Ashtamgam Ayurveda Vidyapeetham, to share his knowledge about Ayurvedic ethnomedicinal importance of paddy field ecosystem. Welcome, Ram.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Okay. Is my screen visible? Hello? Is my screen visible?
Yes, it's well.
Okay. So Shri Gurubhyo Namah. Chadurmukha Samarambham Bhakpadacharya Matyamam Asmadacharya Padyamam Shri Vande Guru Parampara. Namaste to one and all present here. As the time is running out, let's start our session. My topic for today is Ayurvedic ethnomedicinal importance of paddy field ecosystems. To understand the nature of the plants growing in the paddy field ecosystem, we have to travel through the paddy fields. So let's move into the paddy fields and see what are the things happening there. Now you are seeing an overview of the paddy field. See, from this picture, you can see that the paddy field are placed at few heights below the ground level. Our ancestors had built it in such a way that they act as an excellent resource for rainwater harvesting. So now let's enter into this paddy fields. See, on one side, we can see the growing paddies, and on the other side, we can see the water resources from which the water is taken for the uses in the paddy field. There are mainly two phases which can be seen in the paddy field, that is wet phase and the dry phase. After sowing the seeds, after few days, they will germinate, and from that stage onwards, continuous water supply is needed for their growth. This marks the beginning of the wet phase. See the nature of the soil. It is predominant in Pratyap Tattva. Now you can see a not mature paddy, about 90 days years old. This is another picture of paddy which is about to harvest, 110 days old. And after the harvesting, this paddy field is let free, and the whole water of the paddy field is dried up, and it marks the beginning of the dry phase. So now let's look out into the importance of the paddy field ecosystem. As I told earlier, it is very much essential for the rainwater harvesting. As a result, these clogged water bodies helps in the recharging of the groundwater, and it also helps in the prevention of flood, control of soil erosion, and mitigation of the local climatic variability, as the specific heat of the water is much higher. And also it is an available source of many indigenous medicinal plants, and it also helps in the establishment of the conditions for the fish cultivation, and it also helps in the establishment of the habitats for wildlife, including aquatic flora and fauna. Now these are some of the species of the plants which I had noticed during the survey in the paddy fields. Hediotis corymbosa, Parpadaga pulle, Hediotis herbaceae, Nonganam pulle, Cynodon dactylon, which is commonly known as Durva, and Cyprus rotundus, Alternanthera sessilis, Marsilia cordifolia, Nalilachira or Chadushpatri, Oxalis corniculata, Eclipta alba, Alternanthera sessilis, Phyllanthus neruri, Borevia diffusa, Portulaca oleracea, Hygrophilia auriculata, which is commonly known as Cogilaksha, Mimosa pudica, Biophytum sensitivum, Lucas aspera, Molugas pentaphylla, and many such plants. Scoparia dulcis, which is known as Kalluriki, Cyandium, Cynarium, Adiantum nululatum, which is a source of Hamsabadi, Amelia songifolia, and Celis aromaticus. So there are many types of plants which are growing in the paddy field. This can be categorized into those plants which are growing in the wet phase and those plants which are growing in the dry phase. Now let's look out into some of the plants which are growing in the wet phase in the paddy field. The first one is Kayoni. In common name, it is known as false daisy, Eclipta prostrata of Asteraceae family. This is the picture of Kayoni. It is one among the Dashapushpa. Dashapushpa means that those 10 small plants are arranged as Dashapushpa by the Kerala Vaidyas. See, From this picture, you can see that the fruits of the Bringaraja is similar to the lobules of the liver, with sinusoids and hepatocytes arranged in linear code. This is an example of Loga Purusha Samya, as the Charaka says, Yavando hi Loga, Bhava Vishesha Stavanda Purushe. And in practice also, we can find excellent liver protective function of the Bringaraja. One Drivya which is acting as a liver protective function, it should be Rakta Prasadana as well, as liver is the Srodha Mula of this Rakta Dhatu. And any Drivya which act as Rakta Prasadana should be Tuk Prasadana as well, as per the Ayurveda Sharira. And also, we can notice many ethnomedicinal uses of this Bringaraja related to that liver protective function. One of the uses, the Swarasa of the Bringaraja is useful in disorders associated with Yakrit and Pliha. And another use is Bringalaksha Arakam. This information was shared by dear Ajayan sir in the previous Aranyakam. I will explain. When this liver or spleen having this type of degenerative changes, it should be replaced along with the Bringaraja. We should use some type of Sandhaniya drugs. So Laksha is added. Laksha is added in equal quantity, and it is and both of them are soaked in water. And on the next day, double quantity of water is added, and an arka is prepared. During the arka formation, this filtrate is made to fall on lavanga, and after that, this filtrate is used. These filtrate have an excellent capacity for the regeneration of the liver cells. And another folklore practice is the Yakrit formation, Yakrit preparation made of this Bringaraja. Half kilo of the goat liver plus half liter of this Bringa Swarasam is taken, and it is boiled. And this half liter has to be completely absorbed, and then it will be powdered and it is dried in the sunshade. And this also works well in Yakrit Vigaras. This also helps in the increase in HB level also. This same Yakrit Yoga with addition of equal quantity of sugar or sometimes Tribhala Churna plus Madhu plus Grida is used in degenerative retinal disorders as well. And another folklore use is the Swarasa of the Bringaraja and its paste cooked with sesame oil and applied over head is useful for eye disorders and hair fall. Now let's move on to the next drug, that is Vial-chulli. Vial-chulli is commonly known as Longian Barleria, and its scientific name is Hygrophila auriculata, belonging to the family Acanthaceae. See, these are the group of Vial-chulli growing so happily. And see the thorns of this plant. It is known as Kogilaksha also because the flower bud in budding stage, it is similar to the Aksha of Kogila. That is why it is known as Kogilasha. See, in this picture, you can easily see that the swollen interpetiolar joints and the sharp thorns of this Kogilasha look resemblance with that of the swollen joints and the uric acid crystal accumulation in the joints of a gout patient. This is another example of Loka Purusha Samya. And also it acts wonderfully in such type of conditions. Generally, it is observed that the plants with prominent joints are good for joint pain, and that with thorns are more specific in penetrating action on that site. Acharya Vakpata has also said in Vadashonda Chigilsa that Kogilakshaga Nidyuha Pidasta Chaga Bhojina Kribabhyasa Eva Krodam Vadaraktam Nirchati. This loga itself calls for the importance of the Kogilaksha in the treatment of Vadashonda. All these are the application of the Pratyaksha Pramana. Its application starts from the ecology of the land itself. See, both these plants, that is Bringaraja and this Vial-chulli, they are growing in a land where there is more of the Jaliya Amsha is there. And the mud, as I had showed earlier, the mud is with Priti up tattva predominant. So the plant will surely have the influence of that. And also to cope up with such increase in the up tattva, these plants develop an increase in Agni Mahabhuta also. So such type of drugs with a balance of these Mahabhutas can be useful in the diseases like Vadarakta. And paddy field ecosystem is a great source for that. Another such examples are Trina Panjamula, Kandaka Panjamula, etc. The kashaya made with roots of wild chulli is useful in Shobham and Kamala. The bija churna of wild chulli, the bija of wild chulli, you can see that if you add a small quantity of water into the bija, they will absorb all the water and it will turn into a thick mucilaginous form. That much snigdhatva is present in the bija of wild chulli. They are excellent Vrishya Drivyas. The Bija Churna of wild chulli and Atmagupta, in Malayalam it is known as Nayakurna Paripu, Vicuna pruriens. Both of these seeds are mixed and made into a churna and they are taken with milk. This helps in Shuklavriddhi. Now moving to the next plant, that is Puliarilla. It is supposed to be the one among the grandma's kit in our homes, and it is easily available, less expensive and easy to use. And it is commonly used in chutney preparation. Puliarilla is a creeping wood sorrel. Its scientific name is Oxalis corniculata, belonging to Oxalidaceae family. See the pictures of Puliarilla. In Sanskrit, it is known as Changeri, and Acharyas had mentioned Changeri as Asho Hidadrivya and also Grahini Hidadrivya. It is also included in Chagavarga by Acharya Vakbada and as well as Charaka. It is a small leafy vegetable with sour taste, amla rasa, and hot potency, Ushnavirya. The paste made of this Puliarilla is mixed with takram, which is useful in Adhisara. And the curry made by its leaves are good in Grahini. These all are folklore uses which I had got by asking with the local people, which I had met in the paddy fields. Another is leaves and stem of the plant cooked with buttermilk are good in bleeding piles. The sorasa of the leaves is mixed with honey and salt, and this mixture is stirred in water for dehydration. Dehydration in Adhisara conditions. So the last point is very important, I think. The sorasa of the leaves is mixed with honey and salt, and this mixture is stirred in water for dehydration conditions. And the next drivya is Neeraral, four-leaf clover. It is also known as Nalila Chira, Marsilia quadrifloria, belong to the family Marsilaceae. You can see the similarity between the Changeri and this plant. It is also known as Sunishanaga. Here it has 4 leaves, whereas Changeri has 6 leaves. It is a pteridophyte. As I told earlier, it is a plant similar to Changeri but has 4 leaves, and it is seen on the aquatic area. It is also known as Sunishanaga, and it has Madhura Rasa. Compared to Changeri, it has Amla Rasa, but Neeraral or Chatushpatri has Madhura Rasa, and it acts as Rekta Stambhara. Especially in uterine bleeding, it is using. It is common in Vaidyamadam family. One traditional usage is there, especially uterine bleeding, that is, the proper way of intake should be in empty stomach. It is added with butter and sugar candy, followed by drinking cow's milk as an adjuvant. It is also one among the drivya which are mentioned as desirable for regular use by Acharya Vakbada in the chapter Matra Siddhiya. Chilet Chali Goduma, that sloga is starting like that. And Acharya Vakbada has also mentioned Sunishanaga as a Vrishya property drug. As Sunishanno Agnikrit Vrishyasteshu. And we can find a folklore use also. The leaf juice mixed with ginger juice and honey for sperm production. The leaf juice of this Chadushpatri mixed with ginger juice and honey is given for sperm production. Next, let's move on to the plant Karingu Valam. It is known as false pickerel weed and Monocoria vaginalis Pontederaceae family. These plants can be seen submerged in the water resources which are seen around this paddy field. See the color of this plant. Beautiful Neelavarna. It is known as, in Samskrita, it is known as Indivara, a plant originating from nearby water sources in paddy field with Neelavarna. It is Pittahara and Shidaviri also. The Swarasa of this Karinguvalam is useful in Abasmara-like conditions. Another use which is shared by Rema teacher in previous Saranigam is that the Thailavaga of this Indivaram along with plantain stem juice, that is Vazhapindi, it is useful in burn injuries. Now next drug is Muttapayal. It is called as water lettuce, Pistia stratiotus Araceae family. This water lettuce is very important by its function, phytoremediation. In the left corner, you can see the Muttapayal, which I had seen during the survey. See the structure of this plant. I think due to this structure, it is called as Agasha Tamara also. It is called as Jalakumbi in our books, and it is also known as Agasha Tamara. It is Pittahara, and from some folklore uses are the ashes of this plant are applied to the ringworm infection of the scalp, and the juice of the leaves boiled in coconut oil, and they are applied externally in chronic skin diseases. Now, next common plant is Muthil. Everyone know about it. Indian pennywort, Sandella asiatica, Mandugabarni in Sanskritam, and belong to Apiaceae family. See the structure of the leaf. It is much similar to our brain, human brain. And also in action also it is doing like that. It is an excellent major dravya. It is one among the major rasayanas told by the Acharyas. The leaves of this Muthil, that is Mandugabarni, Sandella asiatica, and Jeeraga, cumin seeds, they are made into a paste and is given along with honey in Bala Adisaram. That is diarrhea condition seen in children. And another folklore use is the churna of the leaves of this Muthil or Mandugabarni. They are dried in sunshade and it is given for the loss of memory. Another use, half ounce of this juice taken from this entire plant, it is added with some quantity of butter and it is given to children to promote the intellect. So moving on to the next plant, it is Manganari, creeping marshfield, Limnophila repens, Scophularaceae family. See the plant. By rubbing this plant, and if we smell, we can get a smell of an aromatic turpentine. Limnophilia aromatica is another source. And this one is also taking as a source of Gandhira. It is Jwarahara and it is Dibana also. One folklore use of this plant is the whole plant paste of equal quantity of this Limnophila and Mimosa, that is Lajjalu. It is used in the treatment. Now, next common drug which is seen in the paddy field is Velia colupa, that is common purslane, Portulaca oleracea, Portulacaceae family. Hello, am I audible? Hello? Hello?
Yes, audible.
Okay, sir. Here it is shown as internet connection is unstable. That is why I asked. So our next drug is Velia colupa. It is common purslane. That is Portulaca oleracea, Portulacaceae family. You can see the plant here. It is known as Brihat Ploniga. It is Pittahara and also Gulmahara. As I told earlier, those plants which are growing in this paddy field, especially in this wet phase, they will give coolingness to our body. The plant extract is useful in the treatment of burns and diseases related to intestine. This Kolpachira thoran, a curry, which is common among the local people. It is given for many conditions like abdominal problems to strengthen the immune system, etc. Now let's move on to the dry phase. What are the plants which are seen in dry phase in the paddy field ecosystem? In dry phase, as I told earlier, after harvesting, the paddy field is set free and all of the water is dried up by the sun in the summer season, etc. So let's move on to the plants which are seen in the dry phase. The first one is Adakkamaniyan. Adakkamaniyan is called as East Indian globe thistle and belonging to the family Asteraceae. Its scientific name is Spiranthes indicus. In our Samhita, we can see two types of Adakkamaniyan. One is Mundi and another one is Shvedamundi. But in Kerala, we can see another variety, Manya Adakkamaniyan. I don't know, I'm sure to call it as Pedamundi. It is mentioned in Hortus Malabaricus. So let's see. Now moving on to the Adakkamaniyan, the first plant. This is Adakkamaniyan. It is having a bluish purple color. It is called as Mundi. Why it is called Mundi? It is because of the flower head. Because of the flower head is in spherical shape. That is why this plant is called as Mundi. It is common when this water is completely dried up. Okay, and see, it is also taken as a source of Shravani. It is also known as Bhumi Kadamba. Sorry for that mistake. It is called as Bhumi Kadamba. It is an excellent insect repellent plant. If we press the leaf of this plant, it is very sticky. That much Pichirada is there. For cough, the Moola Churna of this Mundi is given along with honey in Muhur Muhur Aushadha Kala. It is a popular use. And another use is the powder of the leaves dried in sunshade is used for syphilis. Another use is it is useful in the uterine fibroid because of that types of growth. Just see the structure of this Mundi. So I think another Logapurusha Samya, I think we can correlate. It is useful in uterine fibroids because of that types of growth inside the uterus. The Kshara of this Mundi is also useful in Ashmari and gallstones. And another important use of this Mundi shared by dear Ajay sir is that it is very good in kidney related disorders. For the regeneration of the kidney cells, the powder of this Mundi is given in kanji or milk. Sir told this information was shared by a Swamiji in Madhwamala in last year's Aranyakam. So let's move on to our next plant. It is Velutta Adakkamaniyan. It is a rare plant. It is called as African globe thistle, Spiranthes africanus, belong to Asteraceae family. See, this is the plant. Apart from that, here the color of the head inflorescence is white in color. That is why it is called as Shvedamundi by our Acharyas. It is a divine plant and it is taken as a source of Mahashravani. It is Rasayana and some Vaidyas use the powder of this drug for curing breast cancer also. It is aphrodisiac and the whole plant is used in Paithika Basmara conditions. So now let's move on to the other Adakkamaniyan which I had noticed, Manya Adakkamaniyan. Is called as Madras carpet, Grangia madrasapatana, belong to the family Asteraceae family. See how happily they are growing in the field. All of these plants are Manya Adkamanian, and some of the Shweda Adkamanian is also seen. See the flower of this Manya Adkamanian. The juice of the fresh leaves of this Grangia madrasapatana is instilled into ear for earache. It is used traditionally for rheumatism in knee joint and pain in the muscles. Moving on to our next plant, it is very common among public. It is Totavadi, touch me not plant, Mimosa pudica, belong to the family Mimosidae. Here it is the plant. It is also called as Namaskari because when an external stimulus is applied to these leaves, the plant bend forwards. That is why it is known as Namaskari. It is also known as Lajjalu or shame plant. It is an excellent Raktastambhana Dravya. It is also useful in Ashmeri. The Sorasa made out of the whole plant is given with tender coconut water in bronchial asthma. The Taila made out of this Namaskari is good in Tok Vigaras. The root decoction gargled for gum problems and toothache. I think the last use can be also correlated with the Logapurusha Samya. By the name itself, as I told earlier, the leaves when touched, it will fold in the upward direction. Generally, toothache will occur when the tooth is not fixed in the gum, right? So I think it will help in the contraction of that gums. Thus, it helps in the curing this toothache. Another plant is Mukuti, little tree plant, Biophytum sensitivum, belonging to the family Oxalidaceae. See this plant. It is called as Viparita Lajjalu by our Acharya. It is also a Raktastambhana Dravya. And why it is called as Viparita Lajjalu? If an external stimulus is applied to this plant, the leaves will be folded in downward direction. But in Lajjalu, it will fold in the upward direction. But here it will fold in the downward direction. The leaves are made into a paste and is given in takram in Adhisara-like conditions. The calcum of the whole plant is applied over fresh wounds. It will help in quick healing. And another important phenomenon explained by our Acharyas. Sammilanam Adbhi, Unmilanam Tejasa. In these plants, as I told earlier, when an external stimulus is applied, we can see the closing of the leaves. This closing of the leaves is done by the predominance of the Jala Mahabhuta. And this opening of the leaves is done by the Agni Mahabhuta or the Ushnatva. In Lajjalu and Viparita Lajjalu, there is a great balance between this Jala Mahabhuta and Agni Mahabhuta. So these plants can be given in bleeding disorders. So our next plant is Tumba. It is commonly called as Tumbai, and the scientific name is Lucas aspera, belonging to the family Lamiaceae. See, by the color of the plant itself, the white is the color of purity, right? A plant occurring in this paddy field ecosystem with white color and excellent properties to clear the channels, the srotas, which is clogged with impurities. And her name is Tumba, Dronapushpi. Dronapushpi. It is an excellent Srodha Shodhana Dravya. Vishama Jorakna, by the action called Vishama Jorakna itself, you can decipher the Srodha Shodhana property. Shodhahara, Shirovirejana, Amahara, it is also useful in Krimi. The Swarasa, that is the leaf, the whole extract of this plant of Dronapushpi, it is used for Nasya, along with Vilvadi Gudiga in Sarpavisha. It is a prayoga used by my grandfather. The Swarasa of this Dronapushpi is used, and Vilvadi Gudiga is mixed in that, and it is used for Nasya. For Moham, 1 or 2 drops of the swarasa of the flower of this Draunapushpi, it is applied in the eyes. For Amavata, the external application relieves the pain and the swellings. So our next plant is Tekida. It is also known as Thirlkida, Indian heliotrope, Heliotropium indicum, belong to the family Boraginaceae. See the inflorescence of that plant. It is similar to the tail of a scorpion, right? It is a source of Vrchigali, which is included in Vidaryadiganam. As I told earlier, the tail of the scorpion looks similar to that of the inflorescence. Like, so let's see the use. The fresh whole plant is made into a paste and it is applied on the affected area against scorpion sting. An interesting use. The leaf juice is dropped into eyes to cure cataract, redness, and conjunctivitis. The leaf decoction, it is mixed with hot water in snake bites. And whole plant, another use is whole plant is tied up in minor cuts and wounds as an antiseptic for healing. Our next plant is Cheripadi. Cheripadi, it is also known as creeping Coldinia. Scientific name Coldinia procumbens, belong to the family Boraginaceae. See the plant? The plant got the name by the structure of its leaf itself, the undersurface of a chappal. That is why it is known as Cheripadi. Cherippu means chappal in Malayalam. The backside of this plant. See, the leaves of this Cheripadian or Coldinia procumbens, it is much similar with the functional unit of our liver. So, sorry, the lungs, that is alveoli. See, just compare these two pictures. And also, it is found that the Coldinia procumbens is very useful in respiratory disorders also. It is commonly used in Siddha medicine as an excellent drug of choice in syphilis. There is a verse in Siddha, Dasividu senna tarudaleki tariga semmayane serupaditan. It means that for the mistake made by the affairs with many women, slap with a chappal, that is give medicine with cheripadi. That is why it is called as excellent drug of choice in syphilis. This plant can be seen in the dry phase of this paddy field. Not only the plants, the paddy field is also an excellent source of many aquatic animals, many amphibians, many mollusks, many bats, many migratory birds. We can regularly see many migratory birds in this paddy field ecosystem. And also many indigenous fish varieties are there. One among the molds, the freshwater snail. It is called as Nyavanika in Malayalam, Pomaceae maculata, ambularidae family. We can see the mollusk there, Nyavanika. And in the background, you can see another small Nyavanika there. Are you able to see? See? Two mature mollusk, freshwater snails, Nyavanika. It is called as Akuti in Sanskrit, or Shambhugam also. Its egg are used in the preparation of Shambhuga Palalanda Tailam. This is an information which is shared by Swami Nirmalananda Giri during a class. And it is an excellent medicine for the regeneration of the brain cells. Shambhuga Palalanda Tailam. Also, it is an ingredient of Tadaga Shukti Saradi Grudam, told in Prana Shukla for Dhara and Akshidarpana. It is an excellent source of calcium, and it is also Pramehagna, and it is also Gulmahara. As I told earlier, we can see many types of birds, fishes, amphibians, mollusks, etc. in the paddy field ecosystem. Most of the plants in the paddy fields, these paddy fields are seen on the borders of this paddy field and on the pathways. So we have to inform these workers not to use these pesticides or weedicides over there to conserve these plants. And proper education must be given to the farmers about the importance of these medicinal plants. And this paddy field ecosystem provide the appropriate housing system for many species growing there. And it is the home of large number of species, and such a place with large biodiversity needs to be conserved. We know that each company needs hundreds or thousands of kilograms of raw medicine for the preparation of many Ayurvedic formulations. And in Ayurveda, a large number of raw drugs are coming from this source. That is our paddy field. So conserving this ecosystem is very much essential in the current scenario. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Namaste.
Thank you, Ram. And that was the last presentation for the second day of Aranyakam 2020. Now it's actually the time to discuss the questions in the chat box, and I think all of them were answered so far. So I hope let's conclude today's session. So let me use this opportunity to thank each one of you for your glorious presence and cooperation. Thank you, everyone. We look forward to your presence and hope that all would join us tomorrow at 5 p.m. IST. Thank you all.